don't know. I like being able to do like physical things that are a little mindless. Like I always love like picking berries and fruit and stuff like that. So I have a feeling I probably would be very happy just like untangling knots and dealing with like things that I don't have to think too hard about and then like brainstorm other things. Not very exciting. I'm just like I don't know.
No, but
This is the only job I've had besides teaching,
yeah,
so
I
it's hard
like
for me to imagine like what else would I be?
I like the job untangling knots though.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
there's
yeah,
maybe that's a job out there somewhere. It's
yeah.
not one that I.
It's time for gabbed
Hello, welcome to a Tuesday night. There we go. Tuesday night, Gavin Doodle. I know this is crazy because I have been doing these for for some time. I was watching as people pop in. It's funny. Some of the names that pop up. Anyways, I've been doing these for some time, and I know that in the past I have done 2 in a week, which is difficult because it not necessarily it's like the hardest thing in the world to do, but it's just it's always at night. I'm always tired. I wake up during the middle of it. Hello, Meg. I'll get to you in 1 second. Hang in there. But this is the 3rd one in a week, basically. I did one on Tuesday last week. I did one on Thursday last week. I'm doing one today. And then I'm doing another one on Thursday this week. And then I'm going to take a week off because, holidays. But it's been a wild ride. And today is the last day of the semester for me. I finished up teaching last week, but we've been doing evals of everybody the whole time. And so today was the last day that I had to do that. And so I'm officially done for the semester, which means tomorrow I get to wake up and I guess do things that are for me. Sort of. But anyways, so tonight we're going to have on a special guest that was supposed to happen, I'm going to guess last month. That's my wild guess. And they happen to get sick, and I know that they're better. I hope they're better. But I'm pretty sure they're better at this point. Otherwise, they would have said something. But they're going to be joining us. And the person that we're going to have on tonight is Meg Hunt, who did, a lot of people probably know this book, Interstellar Cinderella. I want to add an R to it. Interstellar Cinderella. And amazing, amazing stuff. I remember seeing this one when it was on the shelves everywhere. Everywhere. And then I believe it's follow up with the same author, Deborah Underwood, who is a fabulous kidlit author as well, but Joe Bright and the 7 Bots. And we also have one here that is called Cinda Girl. The work across the board is fabulous and amazing, and the textures and the colors, and it's one of those books like immediately because of the iridescent lettering right on the front, you're like, wow, this thing is going to be poppy and fun, and then you open it up and of course it is. And so it's wonderful that we have a chance to talk to Meg tonight, and we will get rolling here in a second. Again, I've been trying to upload these on YouTube shortly thereafter, so hopefully this one will go up tomorrow. Cross our fingers that I get around to it tomorrow. And so you can find me on Studiohoffmann on YouTube if you want to watch this in a different format, if that's easier, but it's also on here at the end of the night. All right, I'm going to let in our special guest, and we will get going. Let me tame this down.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good. Not sick anymore, thankfully.
I was gonna say, are you completely better?
Finally, yeah.
Okay. Was it just a head cold or was it?
Yeah, some kind of flu. I don't know. I feel like since COVID, just like things take longer, and it's just
Yeah.
like coughing a
Well,
lot. So,
are
but
you okay? Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you in Providence?
yeah, I am.
Okay, I was gonna say there's something going through the Northeast here. Like my son has had a cough and nasal stuff. Let's put it that way
No,
for about 3 weeks,
I'm sorry.
and it just
Here.
there are things that have been going around and staying for a long time in New
Mhm.
England, and so I imagine it's probably the same. So you're
Probably, yeah.
yeah, you're living the dream
Yeah.
of
Well, I did that
infections.
and then had like a story time event. I was like, okay, I just need to not cough on children, please. I don't want anyone sick.
Like they had it all.
I
Those
know,
kids.
but I want to be civil.
Yeah,
I want to be a good citizen.
yeah. You do it. You do it not because of the kids. You do it because the parents are going to look at you and judge you, like, "Oh, here comes
Pretty
another
much.
cold coming in." Um, so, tell me a little bit uh, uh, about you. Now, I know that I've looked up a lot of stuff, and like, I know what's online. I've
Sure.
read up on you, but I know there's probably more to it than that. But can you
Mhm.
give us like a quick little brief synopsis of who you are,
Yeah.
what you do for those that are watching, and then throw in some fun little fact that we want to expect?
Okay. No pressure though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm Meg Hunt. I've been illustrating since 2005, which is weird to think about, but
Okay.
So, and I entered into illustration kind of like half as a printmaker and half as an illustrator. I went to school, University of Connecticut, and kind of just figured out kind of a course for myself, but not exactly knowing where I was going. So I've done a little bit of everything, started out with like editorial work and some advertising work and things like that, and kind of shifted into work for kids probably about 10 years ago with Interstellar Cinderella. And I've done about, I think, 8 books at this point,
Yeah.
kind of a mix of picture books and board books, all illustrated as opposed to writing. And right now I'm working on writing my own stories that I'm
Ooh.
hoping to put out into the world.
I have to. Before you continue, I do have to talk to you because I think you're the only other person I've run into that has a literary and an art agent
Yeah.
besides me. Everybody has a
Oh, you
single
have
one.
one too?
Like,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I have both, and so we were simpatico that way. Okay, continue.
Nice. Yeah, but so I've just been kind of like doing my thing for, good 10 or however many years it's been. But I used to live in Portland, Oregon and Phoenix, Arizona before that. I'm from Connecticut originally. I live in Providence now. And yeah, I kind of have always been like a freelancer as well as an educator. I used to teach college in Portland at Pacific Northwest College of Art, teaching
Yep.
illustration, as well as like mentoring adults and students together, just kind of building their creative practice and kind of taking on their own personal projects to kind of make them their best that way. And then I always love to make my own things too, like products and that sort of thing. So I tend to do a little bit of everything, and I like it that way.
Okay. Okay. And what's a weird fact though?
Hmm.
Give me something. It doesn't have to be the weirdest fact.
No, that's fair. Let's see. I messed up my ankle falling down a hill in Iceland. We'll start with that. And I am left-handed, very messy with my art supplies. I'm trying
Oh,
to think of like other weird things.
okay. So let's talk left-handed for a
Sure.
second.
Not that that's
So
weird.
you've been
It's
cursed.
just like
Yeah.
it is what I.
You've been smited by the
Yes,
gods to be a
I'm
left-handed
sinister.
person and be an artist. How often do you think it impacts? Like I know that like even back in not that long ago, people were trying to correct people with left hands.
Yeah.
Not with left hands. People who are left-handed.
No, I had to get like a book when I was a child because like my teacher in kindergarten kind of shamed left-handed kids, and I think I was like one or two of the only ones in class. So my dad was like very worried for me. It was like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna get you this book about famous left-handers and get you left-handed scissors and all that sort of thing. So yeah, it's not as far-fetched as you
But
think.
do you think because you work with traditional materials every once in a while, like in your practice, do you find that it affects your work? Like, do you like? I'm right-handed, so I end up pulling to the right a lot of times. But
Yeah.
writing, I understand is going that way. But you're also like, I feel like you probably have to cross I mean, I guess maybe you just pull to the left more, but
In
I'm wondering,
theory,
like, does it,
that's what
does
you
it,
do. I've not,
yeah,
unfortunately, that's not how I tend to roll.
you know,
Like, I
the
know
smudges
realistically I
everywhere?
should go a certain way,
Yeah.
but I tend to bounce around a lot. So
Okay.
invariably, I will make a mess and smudge something and then, curse at it and then figure out how to make it part of the work.
Yeah. Well, you also, like, you digitize everything in
Yeah.
the end, correct? Yeah. So
Yeah,
there's room for
I can
cleanup.
fix it in post if I really have a
Yeah.
problem.
Ooh, that's fancy sounding.
Hmm.
Like you're in the movie business.
Right.
We'll fix it in post. Um, so tonight, we're gonna chat. We're gonna go all over the place and converse. There we go. But the preload at the beginning here is one. If the internet has an issue, we'll hop back on as fast as we can. If it has an issue on my end, I need to upload the part that's there, so it may take a few minutes on my end. But two, you can stay as late as you want or as short as you want. I mean, you can stay as late as you want. I have to go to bed at like
I mean, the
midnight.
fact
So
that you're up right after what you were describing, I was like,
yeah,
I'd be a puddle, so I'm impressed.
it's today. I had someone tell me, uh, like, you look really tired, and I'm like, I
You're like,
don't.
that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, do I normally look that way? They said, you did yesterday too. And I'm like, cool.
Cool.
Uh, I'm okay. I don't mind being old. I don't mind like looking tired, but like, don't say it.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, especially
but
not at the end of the semester.
yeah, yeah,
That's just cold.
yeah. I mean, admittedly, I was very tired. I was very tired all day. But what's fun about it are these nights. I will tell you, like initially, I've said this a few times on here, but at the beginning of the night, I'm always like, oh, I'm so tired. How am I going to do this? Today I got a little nap so I should be good. But I also, when I get tired, I get giddy
Mm.
and like goofy and weird. And so like,
Well, that'd be fun. I like that. So
yeah, it'll show up. Um, and then, but if you need to leave at any time, don't hesitate. I know you're on the East Coast as well, so the clock is going to be that much later than if you were on the West.
well, that's
And
not a
then,
problem. It's more, I have a small, loud terrier, so if he starts going off at some point, then I may have to make my exit, but fingers
yeah,
crossed.
okay, okay. We got two little loud chihuahuas upstairs that every once in a while go nuts. Okay. First question for you though
Sure.
is my wife documents. She's probably upstairs right now documenting this. We want to know what you're working with tonight. So,
Okay.
what materials and brands, if you can
Mhm.
tell us.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be doing stuff with the black and white media because I am a notorious art supply fiend and I have like way too much, so I needed to narrow things down for myself just a
Okay.
little bit. So I've got some pan pastels that I'm going to be using in gray tones. I've got, I don't know if you want me to be showing these things to
What?
you or
Yeah, if you
I should
can, just for the
be able
audience
to.
who's like going,
Yeah. So I've
what
got
was that you
these
used?
guys. So these
Wait,
are pan pastels.
did they come in a kit like that?
Yeah, I bought a set of gray tones because
Okay.
ultimately, just kind of for everyone, so that they understand a little better. Like I tend to do a mix of like traditional and digital media, and for this project, I'm trying to test something out using traditional media and then scanning it in and using like gradient maps with the grayscale. So that's kind of my goal is to kind of use stuff like
I'm
this
used to.
to build up tones.
I'm just used to the individual things. I've never
I have
seen them
some
in
of
that.
those too. Yeah.
I've never seen them in a little tray that it comes with because I bought them individually, like online. So I
Yeah,
never even knew you could get a
I
tray.
bought it for that reason because I've dropped them a couple times and I get so furious because it just turns into just
Pure
powder
powder.
and I don't.
Yeah.
I've tried to fix it and it just never works.
Yeah.
And then I have so I like this company called Viarco. It's a Portuguese company. So they have this line of things called ArtGraf, and it's like water soluble carbon or this is liquid graphite. So Viarco ArtGraf liquid graphite.
Huh.
And then this is water soluble carbon that's in their Taylor shape. So you can draw with it, but you can also wet it and give
Never
it
heard of
really
that.
just. Yeah, I found it in an art supply store in Minneapolis like years ago, and I was just hooked with it because it's like a portable ink stick basically.
That's it.
Um,
I mean, yeah, it's like the. I guess that's the same thing. It's like the ink blocks from Japan are essentially carbon. It's from like ash and smoke. They
yeah,
make those blocks. So I guess it's the same. It's funny. I just never
similar
even
sort of
thought about
thing.
that.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to work with.
Yeah.
I tried using those like early in my career because I was like, ooh, this sounds like a really meditative thing, and I got impatient.
Yeah.
So this is a little easier.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I've got some water brushes that I'll be using, a couple of like Neocolor crayon dash water soluble pencils, as well as crayon dash watercolor pencil as well, or the crayons and the pencils.
Yeah.
Sorry. And yeah, I think that's mostly it. I may do some collage in there too, but I haven't decided quite
Do you
yet.
normally work? Because when I looked at the books, I always look at I think it's called Caliphon, maybe.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I always scour those because I'm like, how do
Yeah.
people do things?
And there's a list of things. Is this normally you work with this large of
It depends.
a mixture of
Yeah,
materials?
yeah, I tend to throw like a lot of different things at a piece, but sometimes I'll just work with like brush and ink. And then sometimes I'll kind of mix and match a bunch of things in color or in black and white, and then just try to see if I can combine them digitally.
How much, out of curiosity, because I sort of stay in. I have a bunch of materials around me, maybe not as expansive as what it sounds like you might have, but um, I also fall back into the same rut of like these are materials I'm used
Hmm.
to. How much experimentation or implementation of those materials on the fly are you making, or do you sort of set ahead of time? I'm working on this book. These are the materials for the book.
Yeah, for the book, they're usually because at least so far, clients have trusted like whatever I'm doing will come together
Mm-hmm.
in the final project. So like for Interstellar Cinderella, I don't know if I wrote it in the call of font, but I don't know if you have ever done like screen printing or anything like that, or
Yeah,
have heard of there's a material called Rubylith
I know it.
that's like old school. Yeah,
It is old
um,
school. Like you
very
don't
much
hear
so.
about that one.
For anyone who doesn't know, it's basically it looks like a big fruit roll up that you can take an X-Acto knife to. It's plastic attached to like a clear plastic, and you can cut away and then expose it to a screen and make positive images. They used to use it a lot for like newspapers as well. And I was a dummy thinking that'll save me time. I'll do all the book with like every layer, every page having ruby lith and then drawing on top of it. And I won't do that again. Honestly, that's kind of most of my projects is I'll finish it and be like, well, I may not do it that way again. So
Yeah,
what's the next way I can do it?
I'm looking at that list, and it's
Hmm.
we got what gouache, brush and ink, graphite, rubylith, and digital process.
Yeah.
It's one of those things like yeah, it's how much is it pre-planned? Because uh, I imagine since you do editorial, you've done all these other things that some of those are like a one-off, and you can just say, I feel like using this material, but like
Hmm.
the idea of a series of images or a sequence like a book,
Yeah.
when you make that decision, all of a sudden it's
I'm a
like you
glutton
can't
for
just use it
punishment,
once.
Mark.
What?
I'm a glutton for punishment. This
Yeah,
is what you'll learn.
there you go.
But
Um,
yeah, I don't know. I get kind of impatient, or not impatient, but I get restless if I do the same thing every time, and I'm always like trying to like teach myself new things. And so each time I have a project, especially a bigger project where I can have a little bit more time and space to kind of figure out the look and feel for something like that visual language for it. I like that challenge, but it
yeah,
does sometimes it's easier than others depending on what the project is. So,
I think. I mean, I have a decision of a book that I'm working on or will be working on. I've decided sort of the materials, and then I just got potentially an offer for a couple other little instances, and I'm questioning like, do I want to try something a little different with them?
mhm.
But I have to feel out the client and feel like do they have a specific look they're going for and whatnot.
Well,
That's
also
that's
I feel
all.
like you get a lot of range with the tools that you're using. I think that's the thing that kind of like for me, I get impatient about trying all these new things, and but then I never feel like there's one definitive tool. Like there's certain things that I like to use, but it always feels like I'm having to like translate a lot through the process, and so sometimes it takes longer than others to get started on something because I'm like, what process am I going to use to
Yeah.
make this?
Are you doing a majority of the work in black and white and then digitizing and coloring?
That's mostly what I've been doing. There are
Okay.
some pieces that I've been doing some color work and kind of like cutting and pasting elements, kind
Yeah.
of like a digital collage. Especially, I like using fountain pen inks a lot when I'm sketching. I'll wind up doing a lot of like really loose and kind of blobby kind of sketches to kind of loosen up and kind of get myself moving. And I really like how like vivid those are. So sometimes I'll be scanning those in and trying to see if I can use that. Like I'm doing a board book right now where I've been trying to use bits and pieces in that way so that I can kind of have that handmade feel, but also have
Yeah.
control over it, you know?
Well, that's the black and white, like I had on a couple of sessions ago, Cornelia Lee, and it was that same sort of like sentiment. I know another Ryan O'Rourke who lives up north, who does a lot of stuff in black and white, and then colors it. And so one of the advantages is it doesn't really matter as much what material they're using when it's black and white.
Yeah, you
You don't
can
have to
get
worry
a
about
lot
like
with that.
saturation levels. It's purely just value at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think sometimes it's easier for me because like I do love color, and I will throw every color at the wall if I'm left to my own devices. So sometimes like narrowing it down and giving myself like a constraint will help me from losing focus of what I'm trying to get accomplished in
Yeah.
that. So
So I have like two other questions, and then we're going to get started so people can watch us make. One is, what are you going to make tonight?
So I'm going to work on kind of back and forth on two pieces, if that's okay, just because
Totally fine.
some things may need to kind of dry a little bit. So one is a kind of more character focused sketch or illustration that is like a girl working in like an insectarian insect zoo sort of thing with little kids,
Okay.
kind of showing them a tarantula. And then the other one's kind of more about autumn themed, more nature based one with like raking leaves and that sort of thing. So
good. I'm not even 100% sure what I'm doing tonight, and that's the follow-up question. I was thinking about doing two, which I've never done two images in one night, but keep it smaller.
Yeah.
And this is not necessarily what I'm doing, but I drew a little thing that's like, Mr. Wolf is bad.
Love it.
And then Mr. Wolf tames himself to go to his job. And so like he combs his hair down, his wild hair and whatnot. But I don't know, that may end up being it. But the bigger question is, I need you to choose. Every once in a while I do this, and I think you are someone who will like get this right away. Even though you're working in black and white, I need you to pick the colors for me.
Okay.
And why I say that is I want a challenge, so I'm not falling prey to the same palette every single time. And so I have this lovely tray. In fact, it is a Pantone tray.
Fancy.
And we'll start here. You tell me if there's a color. You can say move your hand up, left, right, whatever.
I'm going to say just starting out on I guess it's my lower right, there's a darker green there. So let's start with
this
that one. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you have like so many yellows that seem like almost the same yellow. So I'm not sure which one's
They probably are. It's probably extras. I have other yellows in here.
Okay. Go for the most fluorescent yellow, because let's go with that, I think.
Fluorescent yellow?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, got it.
And then how many more do you want?
I want like 4 more.
4 more. Okay. We'll go for the upper corner, the light blue, as well as that one, and the one right below it will be good.
Let me see. Hold on. How can I not get that out? Okay. And the one right below it, what's that mean? The orange?
Yeah, that orange one. Sorry.
That's fine. It's already an interesting palette.
Like
it. And then I need maybe
like a neutral.
Yeah, neutral, or maybe on like maybe a red at some point. But I also have other colors here that I can throw up. Like I have other weird like oranges and pinks and stuff. But if there's something in this that you see that you're like, that's the one.
Yeah, I'm thinking. So you've got like on the sorry, I guess it's again my left. You've got a pink, a red, and a blue. So maybe that red. That's over there. That one. That one? We'll go with that red.
Got it.
And then I guess what's that little light peachy color all the way at the lower left?
This one.
That side, yeah.
Let's see.
We'll go with that. I have no idea what I just picked for you, but
light pink. Okay, I like it. It's it's palette that I want. Ready? Here we go. This is what we're looking at.
Nice.
Look good?
Sounds good.
Now I don't know what I'm doing with it.
No, that's fine.
But I like
the challenge.
Yeah, I like the challenge of like having to figure it out on the fly. And so this will give me something, like especially the idea of like if I have to draw a blue sky, like let's not make it blue, let's make it pink.
Yeah.
And do something weird with it that way. So okay, so what we can do is we can switch to the downshoot. We can talk.
Cool.
Again, if there's any topic that goes too wild for you, I don't.
I'm pretty good, and I like riffing, so it'll be good.
Okay. If I challenge you to, every once in a while I ask questions that are a little bit challenging in the sense of like philosophically or like, whatever, just holler. But if you want to change topic, if you want to ask questions, anything, it's a conversation.
Cool.
Don't feel like you're beholden to wait for a question from me. You can just say, hey, I want to talk about weasels for the rest of the night, and that's what we're talking about.
I didn't know I wanted to talk about
Yeah.
weasels, but now that you brought it up.
I know. I'm not even sure what a weasel is. I think I know. Like, I know what the weasel family is, but I could not draw a weasel for the life of me beyond. I know it's kind of long and skinny like a ferret.
Well, see, I think that's the next thing you have to draw. So.
I put a weasel in this? Mr. Wolf, Mr. Weasel, Mr. Like, wait. What are the, what are, like, before I jump in, what are some, like, weaselly...
I think like ermine and stoats.
But I'm thinking, like, kind of...
like weaselly words? Or
persnickety, like, animals, like a weasel or a wolf.
badger,
Sly
maybe.
as a fox. What was
badger,
it?
maybe.
Badger. Ooh, that's a good one. Maybe I'll do a weasel, a badger, a skunk, and a wolf. Maybe I'll make them smaller, and so there's not as many. Okay, that works. I'm also going to warn you one thing.
Okay.
Now, I come from the Midwest. I can't hear the difference between M-A-G and M-E-G. So I would say your name is Meg.
That's fine. I've heard.
Is that correct?
It's Meg, but I mean, either way works.
I'm saying M-E-G, but Meg.
It's just different.
Yeah. Okay. So if it sounds weird,
no, it's okay.
I
had an uncle who used to call me Megan, so anything will work. I'll understand.
We had a lady at our work, and this named Colleen, and there's this other lady at our work that used to call her Co-leen. I'm like, that's not even
unfortunate.
Like that's like colon. You're almost saying like the wrong word at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna draw. Let's switch our cameras.
All right. Sounds good.
Going.
All right.
And I do have a feed up so I can see what is on screen. There is a delay, so if it's a little slow, I can keep track of it.
Okay. I may need a sec just to get.
Yeah, that's fine. My wife's already making fun of the way I say hands. Okay, your hands are coming in from Okay, I just want to make sure that's rotated in a way that makes sense.
You want it vertically, right?
Yeah. I didn't see where your hands were coming in first, and then I saw.
No, you're fine.
You're set. You are set. Yeah. So let's talk shop.
Okay.
You started out in Connecticut, and went to school for what you said, illustration.
So it was a small program, and we could individualize. So I did printmaking and illustration together.
Okay, that's right. And did you have a sense at the time that you would be in the sort of the realm that you're in now?
No.
Of kid lit? Or was it
even a little?
Not even a little?
Well, because I didn't really know what I was doing, I'll be honest. Like I was interested in illustration, but I don't think I realized it was a job until high school. Like I loved drawing and I loved books and that sort of thing, but it never occurred to me until like seeing someone from like an art college come that I was like, oh, that's a job I could have. And so basically like I originally was planning to go to like the School of Visual Arts when I was going into college. For family reasons, I wasn't able to afford it.
Yeah.
And wound up going to the University of Connecticut, which was a good thing. But at the same time, this was back in the age of slides and having to submit your portfolio that way. I did not submit very good slides to them. And so I was not let into the illustration or the art department until like my second semester, I think, as a freshman.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just doing some warming up right now just so I can get used to my tools again.
I mean, the University of Hartford?
Yeah.
Or
I think they have like an MFA, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It's University of Connecticut at...
I think the Hartford one's its own separate thing.
Okay.
But I've heard of it.
Trying to parse, but like I know people that went to the University of Hartford and University of Connecticut and all these different things, and I'm always like confused which one's which.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know how long they've been doing the Hartford one doing the MFA program, but I think I know a couple people who have gone to it, and it seems like a good program.
Yeah. Oh.
But it was it was just like I basically went into school not fully understanding like what I could be. My school program for illustration was really small, so like the semester I started, the professor there went on sabbatical, And I basically took things completely out of sequence, didn't really understand what illustration was, and was about to leave it. And that's how I fell into printmaking, which I really liked. And most of my work, I feel like I still think like a printmaker, even though I don't do printmaking as much
Okay,
anymore.
what does that
Um,
mean?
so I
You
think in
think
terms
like the
of
primitive?
like layers and shapes and just basically I instead of like working like with a painting, building up from the surface, I'm always kind of thinking in terms of like separations.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Gotcha.
so I did mostly like screen printing and but I also did like lithography and linoleum cut and intaglio work. So I always really enjoyed that a lot in terms of like building an image that way.
Did do you think like I understand the idea of like especially layers and separating like color separation and
Hmm.
pre-press and all the things that like start to connect across the board. But the type of work that you were making,
Hmm.
was it illustrative or was it more of a fine art sort
No,
of
it was
approach?
always illustrative. I always, you know, I always draw figurally. I love drawing stories and narrative work. So that was always the focus of it. And occasionally I would try certain things that were more, I guess, fine art in
Yeah.
their bent, but um I think it was always the way it was for me. And to the point where I was like basically thinking, all right, I'll be a printmaker. And then my the illustration professor came back from her sabbatical and had to like pull me aside and be like, what you're doing is illustration, you just don't realize it. Because I think in my mind, like, again, the department was so small and like I didn't fully understand how you could do all sorts of things with illustration. Like the media didn't really matter. It was
Yeah.
more about, communicating an idea. And so you could do all sorts of things. So at that point where it was like 2003, 2004, I think a lot of the work I had seen, there might have been some digital work, but a lot of it was like pen and ink or it was watercolor or that sort of thing. And I just didn't really feel like I fit in that space.
Yeah.
In fact, I still don't really understand water media and painting. Like I've had conversations with other friends because I think some people I know like think like painters, and I tend to think more in terms of like drawing and like separation of layers that way. So I would love to think like a painter, but has not worked out so far.
At some point you will wrap your brain around it. I don't know as I separate them in my head as well. I'm kind of uh they like I think I am an illustrator through and through, but I
Hmm.
also think that um there there is a practice within collage or within painting that I similar to what you're talking about, like almost pre-planning
Hmm.
your attack, even if it's moments before, pre-planning the like, okay, if I put this down first, then this is going to need to come on top of it, but then I need to layer this color afterwards, and like I know the effect I want to get, and I have to pre-plan what's the best way
Hmm.
to get there. I know the end of the road. I need to figure out how to walk.
Definitely.
Is essentially the
Yeah, and
method. But
I always find that the tricky part because I see the value in pre-planning, and I think sometimes I pre-plan a lot in my head,
mhm.
trying to like get to the perfect solution that way. But at the same time, like you want to have like that spontaneity and the liveliness of like the sketch in there too. And so trying to figure out how to like walk that line is very tricky.
Some of it's just not pre-planning what you want to do and then like not being able to accomplish it.
Yeah, I guess that's
Now,
true.
you know what I mean? Like I've said on here, and people will probably understand this, but I use scissors, like big chunky scissors, to get
Hmm.
done what I want to do, because I don't have the control.
Yeah.
And so, like, if I had little tiny scissors, or if I were using this stupid, I don't know why I called it stupid, this X-Acto blade, then I can get in there. I can get the finest little details that I want.
Hmm.
But by choosing these chunky scissors, I am forcing my hand to like not be able to get the result that's in my head, and then
Hmm.
in turn, in making decisions that are, uh, I guess, out of my control.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think
Uh,
that's where I try to like bring in like restraints or constraints for myself to kind of build in those
yeah,
limitations. 'Cause-
it's sort of like tying your hand behind your
Yeah.
back, one hand behind your back, and seeing what happens. I used to give students an assignment one time where they had to do that. They had to do a project where they had to like literally tie a hand behind their back and see they're good hands, so they couldn't even rely on it and see what happened. I don't remember how it
Yeah,
came out, but it
I
was
think
a
that's fun though, like learning how to be bad at something and then learning how to like work through it and then figure out something interesting about it. That's actually a really great lesson.
well, I was asking in the evals today to a student in the form that I had, sort of like a very good student, very proficient, but also needs to unlearn a lot of things. And I was like,
Hmm.
can we unlearn some of the stuff that you feel like presumptions about what art school needs to be or what uh, art making needs to be in general, and like
Hmm.
change that up. What? So here I'm already going into the tough questions right now. Um, is there a thing that you wish you could unlearn?
Oh, that is an interesting question. I think probably there's lots of things I wish I could unlearn. um, but probably just learning how to just like kind of work through with less is probably the biggest thing. Um, I mean, it's the double-edged sword of like liking a lot of different things. I feel like in allowing myself to kind of play and explore, I can kind of waffle a little bit. And
Okay.
so letting myself just like commit to be like, okay, this is how I'm going to work for a period of time, um, like a couple years or something, I probably would learn a lot more about myself and my work. But I'm always like, oh, there's something new I can learn, which is easy to like distract yourself rather than solve the real thing.
Do you
But
here
yeah, I'm trying.
here's a loaded question, and I don't know the answer to this, and this is probably too prodding, so bear with it. If, I feel like wow, I don't even know if I want to attempt this question. I
It's
feel
okay, I
like
can take it.
artists have a much easier, not easier, no, that's the wrong word, a much more challenging time if they are somewhat like ADHD, because
Mhm.
the art world itself is, there's so many options
Yeah.
plan. And I even, like, I've never been diagnosed with anything like that, but I also like grew up in an era where you didn't get diagnosed with stuff. You just kind of you
Mhm.
lived it and said, I'm going to deal with it, and like maybe not for the better, but that was the way that it was. And so I look at it and I go like, I I do get easily distracted with, like, as an example, I'm looking at picture books that I like, and then all of a sudden it's like, ooh, I really want to write something like this one. This one's really great. And then the next week I see another one, and I'm like, ooh, I want to do something like that. And I end up
Mhm.
dropping all of the things that I started on the first one. And
Yeah.
is that, I don't know if that's technically in that sort of like uh, not HD, ADD, the attention deficit, but
Mhm.
I think that artists in general, like, there are some mental challenges that go with artists: perfectionism,
Mhm.
OCD, anxiety, the, the imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a
do
heavy
you,
mix.
I'm not asking you to like diagnose yourself or anything of the sort, but do you fall prey to the idea of like, I mean, you mentioned the idea of color
Mhm.
and throwing color in, all of a sudden you're like, I want to put everything in it. Uh, do you fall prey to art movements in general, to different styles, or like, do you feel like you want to shift all the
Yeah,
time?
I think I do. Like I always feel like there's interesting things I can scratch at more because I never really felt very skilled at the work that I was doing anyway. Um, like the when I was in school, I think partially also just because the way that like college worked out for me, where I wasn't really sure is like, am I an illustrator or whatnot?
Yeah.
I spent a little bit of time being like assuming that I was just like not all that great at what I was doing. And I think I figured out how to like harness my tools, and also like hide my weaknesses in that. But I always think I'm like kind of scratching at trying to find some more avenues to kind of enrich my work and figure out like A, what I'm trying to say with it, and B, like how I can like harness the visual tools
Yeah.
I have to do that. And yeah, I haven't been like diagnosed either, but I do wonder about that from time to time because I definitely I think like especially as I've gotten older, I've kind of noticed like I used to be able to like kind of be very bullheaded and be like, okay, I can keep everything in my head, I can juggle it
Yep.
all and just like figure out as I go. And I'm like, oh no, I
Uh-huh.
can't. So,
Yeah. Well, I think it's the
um,
same for me. That idea of like, I never diagnosed with anything, but because I deal with students that have lots
mhm.
of accessibility issues and
Yeah.
things of the sort on the regular, I'm like, oh yeah, they're mentioning something, and like that does sound a little familiar. Like,
Mhm.
how familiar is it? And I sort of like go back through. Now you mentioned a word that uh, I'm gonna push buttons,
That's
and
fine.
you're gonna hate this by the end of the night. No,
Nah, it's okay.
you mentioned how to mask or how to hide the things that you're
Oh, like my
not good at.
weaknesses.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
weaknesses. And I'm wondering, do you, because that's such an interesting like the equivalent of when I grew up, and I don't know if it's the same for you, but like when I was in middle school, every single character that I drew, their feet were behind a hill of grass.
Yep.
Their hands were in pockets. You know what I mean? Like there were things that every kind of kid goes through, and
Oh
it's
yeah.
like I don't know how to draw a hand, so they're gonna have them disguised in something. They're all wearing mittens for some reason. It's easier to draw. Um, are there things that to this day you're like, I still hide this a little, or like that you're willing to share? You know?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of I guess I'm not necessarily hiding it. I think I've just kind of accepted it's like, well, this is the best that I am able to do, and you will
Yeah.
hopefully appreciate the wonkiness or the quirkiness of it. Because like I can't draw realistically in perspective to save my life. I can ape it here and there, but like trying to, especially like thinking spatially and like turning an object around in my head and drawing it from different angles and that sort of thing, is just not something that I'm able to do. And I don't know, like I've practiced and tried a lot, but I think partially my eyesight is kind of like a little wonky in that like one eye is like the opposite prescription than the other, and I think that
Ah,
kind of acts up a little bit. But it's just like I could fight it forever, but also it's like it's not very fun for me to try to draw things right and accurately, so I just kind of like let it
yeah.
be whatever it needs to be that way.
Let it show up in the work, and
Yeah.
not somehow say it's a bad thing, but like how do you harness it
Exactly. Because I mean,
in a way?
especially that's something that I like with kids' books too, is like there are many different views of the world and they don't all have to kind of represent in the same way. Like you can be abstract and you can be playful and show a world that doesn't actually exist. Like you were saying about like the sky doesn't need to be blue, or, you know,
Yeah.
you can kind of come up with your take on what the world is.
Well, it's like especially with like folks that are colorblind.
Hmm.
There's this tendency to say like, oh, I can't do art. I'm colorblind, or I really struggle with color.
Hmm.
And it's like, no, you struggle with the perception of what color is supposed to be.
Yeah.
But like, speak your truth. I don't know if that's a cool way to say it. I don't know if the kids say it that way nowadays, but speak your truth. Um, tell me a little bit about sort of the let's. I tend to the beginning of the night we tend to talk sort of business and shop and that kind of stuff, and then
Yeah.
eventually we start to Weirdsville. Um, but talk to me a little bit about sort of the intro into Kidlit, um, because it sounds. You said, when did the first book?
Um,
Oh.
I think Interstellar Cinderella came out in 2015,
Okay.
and I worked on it in 2014,
Yeah, so we're
if I remember correctly.
basically around the same time frame of like when I
Okay.
think my first book came out in 2015 as well,
Hmm.
and so we're going through a time frame, and the reason why that's important to me is like the industry and what it was like at the time, and it's changed and it
Hmm.
moves and ebbs and flows. But what was your perception of getting that first author's copy in the mail and seeing the work in that format?
Yeah, I don't. It was interesting because I wasn't necessarily pursuing children's books. Like when I was in college, I think that was something that I would see examples of work and not get all that excited about it as a field. So it wasn't the thing I was imagining at first. So when I was reached out to by Melissa Manlove, who is my editor at Chronicle, um, I was really surprised. Like I'd been sending work out to different art directors in publishing, but not really knowing if like if they'd even really go for the kind of work I was doing. But I had talked with another friend who had looked at the manuscript before I did, like had been considered for it, and so I was really surprised to find out about it, and then um, hear like what they were imagining for it. And honestly, like I have to be, I'm very grateful for Interstellar Cinderella and that series of books because I didn't expect it at all to be as popular as it has
Yeah.
been. It just seemed like, oh, this will be a cool book, and I don't know anything about the industry really, so it's like, who knows? But um, it's lived on way longer than I imagined it might. And also, Chronicle was really kind and excited to see like what I could bring to the table. And so when I got the manuscript, it was fairly straightforward, but like I knew it was sci-fi and there were aliens and that sort of thing. But I really had like carte blanche to design the world as I saw fit, and I really leapt at that chance to just kind of like insert as many like weird little details and um, pull from like vintage tin toys and like drag and fashion and all sorts of things that
Yeah.
uh, gave it its own unique look and feel. So I I was, super excited to get to work on it, but also like had no idea really what I was doing in terms of like working on a book, like trying to figure out how to do something long term because I had been prior to that mostly doing like really quick turnaround work for like ad agencies and doing things for a couple weeks maybe max. So learning how to like work on a book and kind of figure out the timeline, the process, and yeah, the waiting in between like sending the work in and then getting feedback. I remember there was one point I did send sketches in, and I think it took like 2 months or so to get like notes back. And I think like a month and a half in, I was like, I wonder if they just didn't tell me and they went with another artist. I don't know. I haven't heard from them. And so I was just like convinced that they just decided they didn't like the sketches I'd done.
Right. And of course it comes back and it's like, I've had the same thing where like it, especially if you work in other industries in illustration, I mean,
Mhm.
advertising, you're supposed to sort of like be on call in a
Yeah.
way all the time because they may want to change to it so they can go pitch or like work on,
Mhm.
who knows whatever goes on there. But the speed at which Kidlit runs to me is really slow compared
Mhm.
to a lot of other illustration industries. And that wait, there is a lot of weird like life questions that happen in that. I've never had
Mhm.
the one where like I think they went with someone else, but I have had the like, did they forget about
Yeah.
me? Like clearly this is not a priority for them.
Mhm.
Like all these
Well, and it
other
just didn't occur to me. It was like, oh yeah, they're working on multiple
yeah.
titles at the same time. But at that point, it was like, oh, they're not interested in telling me
Well,
anything.
it's not only is it other titles, but it's also other titles that require a huge amount of pages and
Hmm.
sequence. It's like if it's a single image, it's very easy to go, okay, here's the changes that you need to make and done.
Hmm.
But with a kidlit or a book of some sort, you make one change and then you might have to make 10 other changes later down the line to make sure it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like the format is an interesting format just as a whole. Um, did uh, I assume that Interstellar Cinderella is paid out at this point, earned out?
Yeah. It still gives me royalties,
Yeah.
which again, very grateful for.
Well, no, I mean, like it's rare for that to happen in Kidlit just in general. Like I think people have this
Yeah.
assumption that like Kidlit is this big money maker, but it's I forget what someone said at one point. I feel like it was like 1 in 10 books earns out.
Hmm.
And maybe even less than that, honestly.
Yeah, and
But
I've talked to other friends whose books have gotten remaindered and that sort of thing too. So I know like it's not a sure bet that it's going to stay out for a long time.
no,
And
I mean,
like I don't know, I honestly don't know like the average like length that a book stays in print either. So I'm very grateful that it's still popular enough. I mean, unfortunately, like the other two books, I know that they still get their readers, but I don't think I think blew up quite as much as Interstellar Cinderella that way. Which is funny because I'm like, oh, well, I've gotten so much better at drawing, but so
it just
like I want them to see that too.
it hit at the right time and
Hmm.
had the right like message to it. And
Hmm.
I mean, it was one of those books that like it was unavoidable in a kidlit store. It was always on the shelf, and I don't mean that in a negative light, like
Oh
oh
no
man,
no! I
everywhere.
mean,
But
it's nice to see though because I also I would see it every now and again, but then you forget about it, or like you're on
Yeah.
to the next project. And so like to hear that like it's still like it had that much of a presence is really nice. I mean, my favorite part was always just at Halloween, because I'd get occasionally like pictures of kids dressing up as
Oh,
her, and I was like, that's so adorable.
oh,
I had that this year with my board books, like a couple kids dressed up as Pumpkin Baby, and I was very, very happy. So
the offer that I got yesterday essentially is for a board book, and I've never actually done a board
oh,
book or it's a
cool.
series. So like, there's a couple in the series they want to start with.
Mhm.
I don't know how much it pays. I don't know any of that stuff, so I don't even know if it's still going to be like something I do. But um, the shoot, what was I going to say? There was something I was going to say about that. It wasn't just a brag. It's I've never actually done a board book from scratch. Like I had one book that I did ages ago get turned into a board book.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's more of a trend now, it seems like, which
Yeah,
is cool.
like they and some of them they'll like shorten in that situation. Some of them will edit in a way to make it fit in that book format. But I've never done one from scratch, so I'm sort of it'll be interesting, and it's also one of those like activity books wherein like you pull something and it does something.
Oh, those
Like,
are my favorite.
oh, well, they're fun, but it's also like
It's
scary
a
to me
puzzle.
because
Yeah.
yeah, I'm so used to just being like, okay, I just get to do an image, and
Hmm.
then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now this thing has to be functional too. Now for
Well,
the
I
most part,
mean,
I think it
right
will be
now,
manageable.
yeah, right
But
now I'm working on a novelty one that has like little plush legs. So,
oh,
um, having to figure out how to make that work has been interesting.
did they now? Did they give you? So my agent's also at ABLA. I know you have Laura Perkins,
Uh-huh.
correct?
Yeah.
And Scott Hall, which is like that name. Scott Hall goes way back, and not necessarily that he's like an ancient old.
No, but he was around for, or has been around for a
Yes,
good long time. So
that is a name that has prestige within,
I'll tell
especially.
him you said that.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like when I was going through like trying to find agents at one point, like that was one of those top ones. I may have even applied or sent in a query to
Hmm.
just got at some point, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, you tell him that. You say, hey, this
He'll
lowly
appreciate
person
that.
in Hampshire somehow thinks you're cool. Um, uh, I remember, I think it was Scott on his page. He was one of the agents that I remember. I was really impressed, and I use it as an example with students where he would show the process
Hmm.
for his art at sometimes. So like it was, here's what the sketches look like. Here's the ideation and whatnot. And I was like, that's so smart. Um, anyways, what was I gonna say? Uh, 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 uh,
We were talking about ABLA and board books.
oh yeah. So it's interesting because my agent wrote back saying like that she'll look into it because they sent a thing to me and her, and one of the things I thought was interesting about it was my agent saying that like, do you understand what they're asking? Because
Mm-hmm.
it does functionality thing, and I think I get it, but it's one of those things where I never really even questioned that idea of like, oh, do I have to design how this thing works?
Yeah.
I don't think that's probably the case, but
No, I mean, I'll have to talk with you later about it to find out like who it's with, but um I know that like with the one I'm working with, like they have a team of people like kind of working out, and then like they love novelty in that way. So that I had gone to visit them a little bit ago, and they were talking about how like they would scope out bookstores and try to figure out like what's the best way like other publishers could have done things. So I don't think you'll have to like construct a lot,
yeah,
but you'll have to design with their constraints. Because that was the same thing when I used to work with Hazydell Press. I did four of their Monster Baby Lip the Flap board books, and like they were really good at like setting the format and kind of telling me like this is how it will work. But
yeah,
I still had to figure out like, okay, how do I design something that can
in
work, as
that
is,
format.
and then have the flap, and like,
Well,
some of those, some things were easier than others to illustrate that way.
I've heard from other folks that have done board books like that where it's like, yeah, they will send the measurements of like this is where the flap will lift up, this has
Yeah.
got to allow this much clearance, that kind of stuff. I've just never done anything like
Hmm.
that, so I'm excited. That would be fun to do, and I like
Yeah.
the idea of like something that's functional like that. But it is definitely like I. And for the most part, it doesn't sound like it's that much of a challenge with what they're wanting. But I don't know, and we'll feel that out. Um,
Hmm.
hopefully, I hope it's a good enough deal where I'm like, yeah, let's do this. But uh,
Yeah. I mean, I will will say, like, I don't think board books are like huge
No.
sellers comparatively, but it's less work, obviously. And I don't know. I also, so like looking with the kind of work that I've gotten to do, like some of the publishers I've worked with have had smaller budgets, but like the trade off sometimes is that I can kind of pitch an idea in terms of like how to render it or um, try to like challenge myself in a different
Yeah.
way. So that might be something for you too, where you can kind of like say like, okay, well maybe I'll do it only in like these colors or
That,
like, you know, really simplify down
that's
my
sort of what
your for yourself.
I talked about early on there of the like the next books not knowing exactly where I want to go with it. And part of that is like it's an opportunity to not necessarily reinvent,
Hmm.
but to play with materials that I may not normally
Totally.
gravitate
Yeah.
towards, or I get to, because it is short form. I feel like it's like a short film,
Hmm.
and the longevity. If it's something that is taxing, it's not as wear and tear as a full 32-page picture book. Uh,
Totally.
so,
Yeah, and
um,
I think like also if you're able to work because I mean I always kind of go back and forth. Like I think realistically most board books I see are really simple and like straightforward. I have a hard time simplifying a lot of
yeah,
times. So I always am like, oh yeah, I'll make this so much simpler this time. And then, yeah, smash cut to me working for like 12 hours on a piece. I'm like, why?
yeah. It's. I feel
So
like I don't care how long I've been illustrating. I don't care how many books I've done. I always make decisions that are bad decisions
yeah.
for the wear and the like the longevity of the project of why did I put plaid on this one thing, why did I decide to make this background with this material, why did I
Yeah.
it's it is dumb decisions that come back to haunt me. um have you ever worked in animation?
Not strictly. I did a little bit of like concept work, but I've been interested. Well, I was interested in it in the past. Not so much now, obviously, because animation's not really a secure thing anymore. But
Yeah, it's, I mean, your work does have a like a not necessarily an animated feel, but it feels like it could be animated.
yeah,
Anyway,
I've gotten to do like a couple. So I don't animate myself, but I one of my really good friends from college works as an animator, and so we collaborate every now and again on work. And every time that I get to see my work in motion, like I did a couple of um, some kind of storyboards for commercials for Cartoon Network, and like watching it go from something that I drew as a still image to coming to life is
yeah,
just endlessly fascinating to me. Even if it's like someone's animated in a way that doesn't make sense to how I would draw, I still like I love seeing those decisions and seeing
it's
it become something new.
it lives and breathes all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It didn't do that before. It's one of the things that sort of has always struck my fancy about your work is the movement and the gesture of characters. So like the position that they're in, and the
Hmm.
like, especially like the weight of I guess the weight, not the weight isn't the right word, but the like flowiness
Yeah.
of some of the figure work always feels to me so like fresh and inviting. And so that's where I start to go, oh, this thing's got to move at some point. But I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea anymore. It was at one point, but I have like I have people. There's this show Arcane,
Oh, I've heard
I guess.
of it. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, and people have been trying to get me at school to watch it. They're like, it's an
I've heard
amazing
it's really
show.
good. Yeah.
I've heard it's wonderful, but I have no interest in watching. I have no interest in watching dumb cartoons. No,
How
it's
dare you?
I know those lame. That's for kids. But it's one of those things where like the wear and tear of the industry, and I've said wear and tear like I think 10 times tonight already. I apologize. Um,
It's okay. I don't think that's the first time I had heard it.
oh, okay.
So you might just be in your head thinking you've done that.
Oh, I know I have.
Hmm.
I know I stopped myself a couple of times already. Um, the so the wear and tear of it is so taxing that I even picture books I start to question like on our well, don't say this to my agent. The the is it really for me?
Mm-hmm.
Because I do run into those problems of, making dumb decisions that come back to haunt me. And I should learn the lesson. The reason why I brought up the animation earlier was just that idea of, that's an industry where if you make a mistake, you could be screwed with an entire season, or the challenge may last longer than just a single book.
That's
And
true, but
so,
I think that the at least from what I've talked when I've talked to a couple of friends who have worked in the industry, like being part of a team and working in that way, like kind of it balances the load, because I think that's the challenge with illustration is like it's all on our shoulders for the most part. I mean, obviously you're working with an art director and designers and editors and that sort of thing, but you're the one making the
yeah.
work. So like if you mess up, then it's like, oh, you know, will people notice? And also like, okay, well now we have to kind of like let that be intentional, I guess, or like the result has to be
Okay.
what it is.
So
Um,
that leads
so I think
to
it makes it different.
that leads to a good question. Every single one of my books has a mistake in it. Some of
Uh-huh.
them are big, some of them are small. Some of them I will, admit to people. Some of them I would never say at all. Ooh, that kind of rhymed. That was nice.
Oh, also,
What's
just before I forget, just for your wife's records, I also started using golden fluid acrylics
okay?
because this paper is not working the way I was hoping for.
Is this a paper that you've never used before, or is it just the?
Well, it's so I was trying to order some watercolor paper because I had run out and it got delayed. So I'm using this mixed media paper that I
Oh,
used to
gotcha,
use for like some printmaking, but it's just acting a little funnier than I was expecting. So
gotcha,
that's
gotcha.
okay.
Um, shoot, what was I saying? What was I talking
Oh, you
about?
were talking about
Oh,
mistakes.
yeah, mistakes. Do you find mistakes in your work? Like, there's a book that I made where I left out a person's ear, and it's a pretty
Oh no.
prominent ear that should be there.
Yeah.
And it was on a layer. I think I was like selecting something on the layer and didn't realize I had selected the ear in the process and sent that off, and it got published. And no, I don't think people noticed, but oh boy, do I. What?
Yeah, I
So,
mean, almost assuredly there have been mistakes. I think I try to blot them out of my memory after a
yes.
while. But I know that like so I recently just had like the Goodnight Garage published with Flying Eye Books, and I nearly forgot to put like one of the pages of like because each vehicle makes a sound effect, and I nearly put it to print without actually writing one of those words on. I was like, that would have been a big thing to lose. But I'm pretty certain. So here's another thing that like I will probably well I will say I will get better at, but I probably won't. Is that a lot of times I will just like come up with like patterns and things for like a character and just kind of like in Reading Beauty, the dog's collar had a certain pattern and gosh, I thought I understood it, and every single time, like it's not a very hard pattern, but I would just like flip the orientation of it and be like, that's not right at all.
I
So I think a lot of times it's like my brain is like, okay, we're on autopilot, we got it, and then yeah,
I made a
mistakes happen.
horrible mistake, and this is not that a mistake in like the printing or something like that, but the second book that I wrote featured soccer balls.
Hmm.
Have you ever tried to draw a soccer ball?
Not for a long time, but
Yeah,
yes, I have in the past.
it's that is a
Yeah,
nightmare. Like might
I
I
probably
might
look
throw up.
up like drawing tutorials how to do one of these so that I get
Yeah,
the trick.
I would throw that up there with that, like drawing a horse on a bike. That
Yeah.
a horse playing soccer might be on par with that of some sort. Because just that pattern, like it does not
Yeah.
make sense. And yeah, you're right. There probably is some like cool method of, well, if you take a circle and you split it into 5 vertical sections and 3 horizontal sections, you end up with,
Yeah.
like, there's probably
Yeah.
some method that I just don't know. But I every time in that book that I had to paint a soccer ball, oh, and they're totally not accurate,
Mhm.
and you chalk it up to like, well, that's just the style now. Uh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it gets the idea
yeah,
across.
as long as it has some dark spots and light spots. I
Yeah.
think
It's black and white. I mean, I think they'll figure it
the
out.
smart move would have been to like, I don't think all soccer balls have that like hexagon and pentagon pattern,
Mhm.
like the European like fancy soccer teams often use ones that are more like a volleyball in their patterning. And so, like, I probably could have done something else, but I was stupid enough to try to draw all of those.
Well, no, I mean I can understand that. That kind of happened also with like the Goodnight Garage. Like I designed each of the vehicles, and they didn't need to be because the whole premise of it is like this island of like motorists, and it's very like Richard Scarry kind of esque.
Yeah.
But like none of the vehicles had to be like unique to a certain country, so that was nice. But at the same time, I was like, okay, I'll design each vehicle this way, and then like there'd be times where I'd flip it, and I'm like, oh no, it's not that hard, but my brain can't compute.
Yeah.
It's like the pattern should go this way. No.
Oh,
So
one of the ones.
yeah.
This is I don't. This is gonna sound like, uh, uh, for anybody that is an artist, especially starting out. One of the things that irks me to this day, and I do it myself, and I chalk it up to a style thing at this point, but the width of a street versus the width of a sidewalk. Does that make sense when I say that?
Yeah, definitely.
Like, it's one of those ones where, like, I think everybody thinks about it and they're like, ooh, I'm going to draw a street. And then all of a sudden the street is only the width of a car. And
Yep.
and then the sidewalk, or like the sidewalk and the street are like the same thick or width. And then all of a sudden it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Yet I fall prey to it all the time of like these little tiny skinny sidewalks and gigantic streets now, because I correct the other direction.
Uh-huh.
What is your nemesis? What is the one thing that you hate having to draw or paint?
Let's see. I don't know that there's anything I outwardly hate. I will say, like, I'm not a big fan of drawing likenesses.
Okay.
Like, just because I tend to like to play with like abstraction and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, trying to nail someone accurately always like stresses me out. But yeah, I mean, like I would have in the past thought like, oh, I'd never draw vehicles, and I actually had fun doing it. But I think it was because I figured out how to do it my way and not feel like it had to be perfectly accurate.
Yeah.
So I think usually if it's something that's really hard, I have to like hit my head against the wall a lot with it. But I'll figure out a way to make it mine, which I'm fine with. So
Makes sense. I mean, I'm willing to try anything once when
yeah,
it comes to designing. Is it effective every time? No.
yeah,
Is it like same thing for me? Trying to capture a likeness. If you ask me to draw some like celebrity, unless it's someone that is, I'm trying to think of like a good. I don't even know. That's a tough one. Like, I'm thinking like, I could probably draw the Rachel haircut. Could I draw?
that's impressive. There's a lot of layers to that.
Yeah. Ooh, layered. Layered.
But yeah, I mean, if it's someone who's like you can exaggerate their
Yeah.
like say it's like Cher or something like that, like some of the shape language that you
Yeah.
could kind of be like, okay, I can get close to that.
But it's the equivalent of like I could draw Rachel's haircut, but I could not draw Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I think.
like too far.
Well, and I think also like drawing a pretty person is hard because especially it's like if you draw them simply, it's so easy for them to go wrong.
Yeah, it's they're symmetrical, and then all of a sudden, if you don't draw the pure symmetry, it doesn't look like them.
Yeah.
Okay, what is one thing that you're really good? I ask this to a lot of people, and everybody kind of gets shy about it. But what's one thing that you're better at than everybody else? And I want you to brag because you are good. Don't discredit it.
Thank you. Is it that I'm good at art wise or just in general?
I want both. I want both. You open that door. I want both.
I know. I was like, shit. Oh, sorry. Don't mean to curse.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So I think I'm very good at finding random weird details on the street that other people wouldn't, just because I tend to look around for patterns, and I tend to know. Sorry, weird motorcycle going on back there. It's the fun of living in a city. So I feel like I wind up noticing like all the weird detritus and like leftover ephemera on the street that other people tend to miss. And I'm also really good at picking up ocean garbage, like beachcombing, basically. Sorry, that's something that my sister. I grew up by the ocean, so
I didn't realize that there was a being good at that is the only reason why I'm laughing. Just the idea of like
I know it's not like marketable skills.
Yeah.
These are things I have.
Like,
I'm sure
There's a,
I had better skills, but this is unfortunately what I'm finding of my brain right now, and we're gonna roll with it. It's fine. Yeah, art
but
wise,
art wise, yeah.
I'm pretty good at drawing a dog, so
Okay.
that's pretty good.
Are you good at drawing?
I don't know. I think I'm pretty good at just drawing things weirdly
Okay.
in a good
Good.
way.
Good. I like it. Like the idea of and this may be sort of somewhat of what we were talking about before, but the idea of saying that you're good at making potentially what could be seen as a negative in some eyes, in fact, a positive. So like taking that idea of like, yeah, you may not be able to capture the likeness of someone, but in reality, you're really good at playing with something to a point where it doesn't need to be a likeness in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I mean, one thing that I wind up doing a lot is, I really love learning and like trying to take classes and things like that to just kind of see what else I can do. And like sometimes that works out really well, and then sometimes I'm very humbled by like, oh, I don't think in the same way as like a certain teacher does
Yeah.
or whatnot. Like I took a class that was talking about like color and mood, and was like more focused on like entertainment and concept art and that sort of thing. And it was just fascinating, just like how, well, not that I was weak at it, but like my approach was like so different than the way the teacher worked and built images, just in terms of like working cinematically and like framing an image, and kind of using color and light to kind of like make something come to life in that way. And it's not that I don't do those things, but I like how you were saying before about how I will compose things like more fluidly. I think some of that comes back to like my printmaking background, because I'm used to thinking like, okay, I only have these colors, and so I have to use them creatively to like activate a picture plane.
Yeah.
So I'll try to like fill the image with color and shape and texture and value and all that stuff in a way that makes sense and still like activates your eyes so that you find it interesting to look around.
Well, I would even
Whereas,
throw. Oh, go ahead.
oh
Go
no,
ahead.
no, I was
Sorry, I didn't mean.
just thinking is like that in that class that I was taking, it was like, okay, you really want to focus on that, like really direct, quick, like immediate reads. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting, because I struggle to do that because I really like having it be more activated that way.
I was going to say one of the things that um, I like the sentiment of especially with printmaking. There's a potential for printmaking to feel because of the actual application and the process. Sometimes is a very slow, meditative process,
Mm-hmm.
and then to flip it on its head and say, okay, how do I take this and make it feel livelier? Like almost, how can you amp it up more than what you naturally would to get the life into a piece that has the potential to feel, you know, slow or
Like
static,
still.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
still in some way, and then that in turn becomes how you get, the liveliness through movement or through style or whatever it may be. Um, I mean, I play, like, I look at your work and I look at my stuff here in general, and most of my stuff is relatively not necessarily static, but very, very like graphic and not about movement.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Although
like,
I would say like your color usage, I always am impressed in how you kind of wield it to like it feels very alive despite being more graphic, like you're saying.
yeah, but the equivalent of like, I said the other day, I think it was last gabbed Doodle, that like if I were to draw someone dancing, I'd be more likely to draw someone doing the robot. Or even if I am dancing, it would be the robot, even though I was trying to draw them doing ballet or contemporary, just
Mm-hmm.
because everybody's kind of weird and clunky, and so there's it does the gracefulness is not always there. But I also think that that's like becomes a calling card in some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Definitely.
this is a weird out of left field question because I know this isn't. Uh, but when you were talking about taking classes, um, where in Providence are you? Like, don't give me your address, don't give me the street. Are you North Providence, South Providence? Where
No,
where are we talking?
I'm on the west side of Providence in Federal Hill, so like
Hmm,
the Italian district, basically.
okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh, it's a matter of like I actually know the area, so I can.
Yeah.
I can when you say that, no one knows what you're talking about except for me. I know exactly
Well, I know
where
it's
you
like
are.
I got so used to like living in Portland, Oregon, and I was like, okay, well, I know a lot of people know where I am from there, and I know there's still a fair amount of people here in Providence too, but I'm still like I've been here about 2.5 years, and
Yeah.
um, getting my bearings with the creative community and finding all that. So
It's a good it's a tiny town, but it's got a good creative community there.
yeah, it
I do
does.
do you like Waterfire?
I do. I actually hadn't gone to it before this summer, so it was really fun to get to check it out.
I was there for the first
Were
one
you?
back in the day. Yeah,
That's cool.
it was I know it's not really a cool brag, honestly. There's a lot of people there. Um, but I remember when it started basically, and I've
Mhm.
grown so much since then that like it's become a prominent part of the city, or like an event that is so inherently Providence at this point. For people that don't know, it's they have some
It's like the
cauldrons in
whole
the middle
river
of the
is
little
lit up
river.
with braziers,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, and they light it up, and it's like this lovely little river walk that you can do at night. And when I was at school there, they did they would open up galleries on those nights, and so it was
Mm-hmm.
it was a nice little uh, gallery. What do they call that? First Friday,
Like a gallery walker.
First
Yeah, First
Fridays.
Friday. Hmm.
Yeah. Um, but
Did you
anyways,
go
okay,
to RISD
I
or?
did. I
Okay,
did
cool.
back in the day, back in the '90s, living up those. There's probably like people still there talking about me. No, they probably don't. But,
Well, you never know. I know that there are some professors there, especially who have been, around for a long time. So.
I mean, I know lots of folks that live down in that area, but I have I have since gone the way of the dodo. I'm an old man now, and I live in a whole nother world, far far. Um, so tell me a little bit about how you. I'm going to get into sort of how you think
Okay.
as an artist. Like obviously you're making this tree picture tonight. I'm not even sure what it is I mean I know it's a tree, but
Yeah, I know it's not very exciting. I feel like I'm just kind of like doing branches right now.
I will so far I don't know if you've seen I have made some patchwork
Yeah,
backgrounds.
peak.
It's not I'm not
Oh,
this
cool.
is it's not the most exciting on my end either yet. Well, wait a second. Wait a second. No, no, no. That's a bad way to say that because that implies that yours isn't exciting. Yours is exciting to watch. I like watching you build the value and whatnot.
No, you're totally
Mine's kind of
fine. I'm
sucks
just more
too.
like,
So
okay, well, this is a tree now.
yeah,
What?
yeah,
But I may switch to my other drawing
yeah.
because I think that'll be a little more fun.
Mine's real dumb as well, and like it's total waste of time and paper, just like yours.
No.
Uh,
Nah, yeah.
uh, but I want to know a little bit about sort of like how you, not necessarily the process.
Okay.
I understand like the mediums and things that you're
Mhm.
using, but how do you come up with the idea or the concept for the work that you make? Is there like methodology that goes along with that? Do you use some sort of like word prompts or those kind of things? How
Sure.
do you
Yeah, I mean, I want to say it's like a cop out. I was like, I do a little bit of everything, but um, I think a lot of times, like, I'll try to come up with. Let me think. What's the better way to describe this? So I think one thing a lot of times I'm trying to do is like notice what I've done already, and then try to like figure out like holes in my portfolio or like other
yeah,
things that I want people to see in my work that I haven't been able to put it out on the page yet.
yep,
So sometimes then I will come up with like prompts or come up with like a theme or say a color that I don't see in my portfolio as much. Yeah, I'll often like evaluate it and try to figure out like, okay, I've drawn a lot of like this kind of subject, or like um, I fall into this kind of like pattern a lot when I'm composing an image. So what else can I try and do? Um, so like the tree picture, I'm trying to do some more pieces that are like environmental and just like exploring like mood of a place, um, which I don't think I often get a chance to do with my work. And I'd like to like explore a little bit more like lyrically with the picture image that way, because I think a lot of times my work is like really focused on like character, which I love, but at the same time like being able to like play with like kind of like dialing the temperature of a scene and like making it more emotive in a different way seems like a fun challenge. So a lot of times I'll notice it's like, okay, well, I would love to have like something more humorous in my portfolio. Okay, what are some unexpected setting imagery that I have not seen out there? I mean, I don't know if you run into that too, especially like having been an illustrator for as long as you have and being a teacher as well, but like we've been so oversaturated with images that like
Yes.
sometimes I'm like, oh God, why would I draw a tree? Because I've seen 20 billion trees out there.
Yeah. It is. So we had this conversation with some students the other day during their evaluations. Of a student asked about sort of what are your inspirations, and part of me that wants to say, like, oh, I go look at these artists and I go look at this stuff, but in reality, like that's probably the last thing I want to do.
Mhm.
And it's not to say that I don't like to look at art, but it's more so to say I am at a point wherein I have seen so much art and talked about so much art that it's like it's I feel like I'm sort of beating a dead horse by using that as the reference point or the interesting thing for me to go look at
Yeah,
on a radio.
I
And
I can
like,
definitely understand that.
yeah, it's just
If
give me
mhm.
something new, give me something fun that's unexpected.
Yeah.
And I'll be excited. And so like it's challenging to um it's challenging to stay invested
Mhm.
in that side of it, I guess is the best. I don't know.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah, I mean, I think similarly with that too is like I sometimes like to make work kind of like in reaction to other work I've seen. Like if I see like a piece of work, because a lot of times I'll go on to like um, museum websites and kind of check out their online collections or things like that. Um, Sometimes it's fun to like take that work and then try to make something in response to it, or try to like take
yeah.
something from different time period and bring it into today, or like take two images that are totally different from each other and be like, okay, what can I learn from each of them and fuse into a new piece, so that it makes it more interesting for me rather than be like, okay, I'm just going to draw something like an image that feels pleasing or like,
Mhm.
is in my style. Like it does something else for me. And I think sometimes like randomness helps with that too. I got into making like random lists and then using like a D20 to kind of like set prompts for myself that way, which was really fun because I think, yeah, similarly to what you were saying before about like, distractedness and ADHD sort of things, is like sometimes having that decided for me makes it easier to like own those decisions, kind of like what you're doing with your color palette right
Yeah.
now too.
Now, did you just out yourself as a nerd?
I mean, I am a nerd. I'm married to a nerd. I'm not a role player though, so
Okay.
um,
You said 20 in there out of nowhere, and I thought you were cool. I thought you wanted the cool one. Then, oh man, no.
are you saying nerds aren't cool? Come on.
I grew
Have
up
you
in.
not noticed how media has gone over the years?
Yeah, no, I like one of my favorite things to do in art school. I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but I like to portray that I am the like jock in the art school. So like when I walk into the classroom, there are times where I'll just say, "What's up, nerds?" and like give this persona that somehow I'm like the football captain,
And
even
how
though I
do they react to that though?
most of the time laugh and giggle,
Yeah, okay.
and it's seen. I mean, they know that I'm not
Yeah,
a
I
tough
know.
guy of any sort. I mean, there is the impression that I'm imposing because I'm big and
Mm.
often have a RBF as I walk down the hallway. But once they get to know me, they're like, "Oh yeah, he's just a big idiot," um, and I'm okay with that. Um, but that I just love that idea. Like, I really want to get letter jackets for our school.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way to go.
Like, you have a patch on the side that says you're like in a certain program. Like, I'm a painter, and they like there's something funny about that to me. The playing counter to what art school is about.
Hmm.
The so I and my son plays D&D. He's really into it right now, and so like I just think it's funny to call it nerd. stuff. Even though I get it. Anyways,
I think you should assign your students to make those patches for the Letterman jacket.
actually, that's not a bad idea. Like an icon.
I mean, honestly, like students love swag, so I definitely would
Yeah.
do it.
I
I used to teach like a product design class for upperclassmen, and like by the last semester or the last week of class, like everyone just designed a bunch of things for each other to have. So it was very cool to get to see people doing like patches and pins and all sorts of random things. So
that's we're living in a world right now where someone brings in something and everybody goes, "You should make that a sticker."
well, that's true. Stickers are very addictive.
Stickers
So
are addictive, but I also like. There's only so much space on your laptop to stick one eventually. I don't.
you can put them on your water bottle.
I do not get the like sticking. Yeah, water bottles I get. Laptops I do not get because like that's this like $2,000 item potentially.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it myself, but
Yeah.
I mean, I respect other people doing that though.
It's a matter of like it's the parent in me going like I put hard work into getting that thing. You're gonna go put a sticker on it and ruin it. Now I can't resell that. Okay, so I'm gonna jump ship outside of art for a minute.
Okay.
Let's talk because you said your husband's a nerd. You didn't want to take the claim yourself.
Well, it's not that I won't. I don't role play. Like,
Okay.
He's a diehard role player, and I admire it. I respect it. Like I have a lot of friends who play role playing games. It's just not something that I'm adept at or interested in.
Okay, so what's the nerdiest thing that you got? What's your nerd persona?
Well, I mean, I play video games and I watch anime. So how's that for
Okay.
you?
Okay. What video games you playing?
Right now I'm playing a game called Bloomtown, which is like a JRPG for the Switch. I play a lot of like strategy games and like there's a series of games called Persona that I really enjoy.
Okay.
But yeah,
I've heard of those. I have not played them myself, but I've heard of.
I don't play like a ton of games, but I do enjoy doing it.
Okay.
So.
Do you one of the okay? So here's a me thinking for a second. You can weigh in on this. I worry a little bit being in the art world that there's a perception sometimes in certain areas of the arts that video games are for children and or that somehow like some arts look down on that as like that's not you're wasting your time. You should be painting, you should be doing sculpture, you should do whatever. But I also like I need the break.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden like there's gonna be a time where like we're gonna have a president of the United States that's like, you know what? I grew up playing Grand Theft Auto. Or maybe that's a bad example because that one's all they wouldn't ever say that one because that's a dangerous game to reference. But yeah, sure they're saying, I played Farmville, or
Roblox.
Plants vs. Zombies or
Roblox.
something like that. And that was their like go-to.
Mm-hmm.
Ronald Reagan had his jelly beans, and this president had Plants vs. Zombies. What? Okay, so you are taking a break from art making, and you have to make. You have to invest in one thing to learn right now. This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm giving you. I don't know how much money. Let's say you get $5,000 to play with.
Okay.
And you have to come up with something that you're going to do with it to learn something new. What's the thing you're going to learn that's new?
I probably would, if it would allow for travel as well. I think I would like to go to Japan and learn how to make a really great bowl of ramen.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know if
I love
5,000
cooking,
is enough,
so
but I get that it's got to be close. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
My goals aren't huge in life, but making good food is always the top up there. So if I can travel and do some good stuff around that too, I think that would be good.
Okay. Now let's because I don't have $5,000 to give you. Let's back that up now, and let's say you got $100. What are you doing?
Okay.
Like a new material or
Did you say a new cereal?
Sure, a new cereal. I said new material.
Oh, new cereal.
I like a new cereal can work too.
No. I'll just make pancake art. That will be what I do.
Just it.
I did think at one point it would be really fun to do a picture book where it's like the whole idea being like playing with your food and you have to make each composition out of like a different food object, like just using pancake batter and drawing a whole illustration composition that way.
Well, I see. This goes back to something you said early on, which was um, that there's a lot of perception that illustration is like painting and whatnot, and then you find out that like no, you can. I think you said your teacher told you that you were doing illustration,
Yeah.
even though you hadn't really like processed it that
Hmm.
way. Um, and like illustration is a process, not necessarily a material. And so like looking at it, it would be fascinating to see a book that's actually pancakes
Hmm.
or like made out of something that's unexpected. As long as it like
Hmm.
contextually makes sense. I mean, I don't
Of
want like
course, yeah.
a picture book about death and then it's all pancakes because that's gonna
I mean, it might help make it accessible. You never know.
just one of them burnt, and that's enough. Um, is there a material though that you feel like you're like a known art material like
that I
yeah,
haven't been using
yeah
that
that
I'd
you
like
want
to.
to get your hands on?
Oh, I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily a material, but maybe just like using more. Like, I would like to get back to printmaking just because it's been a few years. I have like the other thing I was debating working on while talking with you, but I decided to nix it because of safety reasons, was that I have like linoleum block
Oh yeah,
materials. And I was like, well, I could do that, but I could also just cut myself on
yeah,
camera, and that's not a great idea.
that is a
But it
dangerous.
was a thought. But like, I used to like when I was in college, I found like the most pleasing surface to work on was like a linoleum stone. Um, but for multiple reasons, you can't really do that.
Wait,
You can't like work in a print studio with it because
what,
it's a big giant
a
stone.
linoleum stone or a lithograph stone?
Or sorry, yeah,
I was like,
sorry, late. It's
I'm
no
not trying to challenge. I
lithograph
know,
stone.
I know
Thank you
more
for
about
calling me.
making than you do, apparently, because you're just
Yeah,
throwing out these words that
throwing the
don't make
wrong
any sense.
words out. No,
Yeah.
that's embarrassing.
I
But
didn't
no,
know.
a lithography stone,
Yeah.
because like I think I forget if it's slate or something else, but it's just like such a smooth, lovely surface to build, tonation on.
Yeah. It was, it was,
So I would love to get to do
it
that, but
was one of those ones where like you said it and I'm like, is there something I don't know
no.
about? Like some weird
I mean,
material?
I know a lot of random weird materials, but that was a gaff.
Yeah. And I will hold you to the fire for that one because
That's
I was
fine.
I was wrong. I don't know why
Yeah.
you thought that was okay to say. Um,
And I guess like I'd also like to get back, like I did a little bit of ceramics work over the summertime, so it'd be fun to like get back into more 3D stuff again. Like I did a little bit of paper mache work to kind of promote the Goodnight Garage, and that was really nice. So it's more just like making time to try different things and get back to them.
yeah, it's one of the things I thought about early on when I got into Kidlit was I do stuff for galleries every once in a while, and sometimes it's paint, sometimes it's collage, sometimes it's whatnot. But there's a gallery that I started out in and still do work for that's on found wood, like sort of
Hmm.
and things of the sort. And I remember thinking like, oh man, I wonder if I should do a picture book that's all scrap
That would be really
wood.
fun. Yeah.
Like, and I saw someone, my art agent, they had an artist that paints on wood, and then I think they did a picture book about a red canoe, if I remember correctly, that was on found wood. But then it becomes this challenge of I immediately go, okay, how do I make sure that I get consistent grain
Hmm.
or consistent wood? And so it's people aren't looking at it going, this is it's changing genetically.
Suspends my disbelief.
Yeah, it's. I think I would have to like find a bunch of boxes or something I could tear apart that all have the exact same grain,
Yeah.
and then now it's too much. It's too taxing as a project, but
I feel like for the right story, it could be
it
great.
could,
But yeah, I
yeah,
could understand it being a little challenging thing to
well,
kind of like bring into practice. I mean, I say these things are great, but then it's like actually having to do the book. I mean, maybe it's a little different when you're working on your own stories. You probably have a longer timeline to test these things out and see if like a crazy idea is actually worth pursuing.
like
But
if it was set in like the 1920s,
Mhm.
and you had like old wooden boxes, like crates that you took apart and made into that. I could totally see that being appropriate. But I also just, it's one of those things where I don't
Like,
have,
I don't have time for that.
yeah, I,
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm,
I don't know. I love a crazy idea for a book though. So it's like if you can come up with something really unique, especially because like I said, there's just we see so many images. So like finding something new for yourself that like makes it fresh and
yeah,
interesting is just kind of delightful.
changes your perception of
Yeah.
what it can be. Who are you looking at? Who's your go-tos that you're like,
Um, yeah, it's hard. It's like I do look at like a ton of different work. I feel like I've been looking a lot at, I mean, I've always like looked at mid-century illustrators like Charlie Harper and the Provincens and stuff like that.
yeah,
Um,
you
I'm
like
trying
you
to
like
think.
Sasic or
What'd you say?
Sasic or Sasic or however you say it?
Oh yeah, M.
Yeah,
Sasek. Yeah, I like him as well. I feel like I wind up like I'm trying to look more towards not to keep going back to printmaking, but like looking more towards printmakers to kind of see how they work with limitations in that way. But I also like I think honestly I've looked at too many illustrators over the years that I'm like now trying to like push it into like okay, let's see what some interesting ceramicists or
yeah,
woodworkers are doing that way, just so I kind of keep it a little bit more fresh for myself
makes sense.
and cartoonists as well. So
Yeah, the challenge of like finding there's no, I'm not saying anything. I start a sentence and then I stop. Uh, the idea of finding new people comes with peril of you get caught up in like too many, you dive deep into one person and then you find another person and or a second person, all of a sudden you dive too deep there and then all of a sudden you're just like you're living in their worlds and not yours. But then
yeah.
there's also the challenge of like if you don't look, are you keeping up with what's going on in the industry or within the contemporary practice, I guess.
Hmm.
Um, and it's a battle. Like I don't want to look too much. I feel like there's too much of a risk if I am constantly looking. But I also know that doing the Gavin Doodle series and whatnot, I do have to stay up to date
Yeah.
in some sense. Um, who's artist that we would like be absolutely surprised that you're looking at?
Oh man.
Like if you come in and you go like, hey, your favorite artist is Rothko, I might go, what? Because, I don't see you as wanting to paint a bunch of squares.
No, that definitely wouldn't fit. I'll have to think about that one because you got me stumped there. I feel like probably it's like I like all the cool people that everyone likes right now in
Yeah.
illustration. So I'm like, who's the weirdos that wouldn't fit?
Well, it's you ask anybody and they all go like Isabel Arsenault is amazing.
Mhm.
And Felicita Sala. Like
Mm.
there's folks that everybody knows, and then there's the like, not to say that they're bad, but just like everybody loves them.
Yeah.
And then there's that one where like no one's ever heard of, and we're like, who is that person? And all of a sudden we go like, wow, I've never noticed this person
Mhm.
before. Um,
I know
what's
that there's like I'm gonna blank on their names. There's a couple of like really awesome Japanese illustrators that they do like such loose and yeah, kind of like another name that I feel like everyone would say is like Beatrice Alemana. Like I love her work. Um, but there's other I I'm not gonna know their names offhand, but I think one of them might be Morocco Machiko or something like that. But they just draw these like loose and wild looking animal illustrations that are just like they feel like they've attacked the page, and I love that. I can't seem to like bring that looseness quite into my finished work, but I like to look at like more naive work and like work that's very energetic
yeah,
to kind of like see is like can I squeeze some of that into my work. Um, but I think the perfectionist in me kind of slows things down a little bit too much that way.
the is there a vice of like you mentioned the idea of playing video games and things of the sort,
Mhm.
but is there a vice that you use in your studio on a regular basis? Something that, um, playing movies
Hmm.
in the background, or
Oh well,
something
yeah. I
that
always
now like
have something going on in the background.
yeah,
I do
by
feel like
choice
I
or
wind up.
not?
What'd you say?
Is it by choice or is it
Oh
crazy
no,
dog
no, by
like?
choice. Like I tend to listen to like a lot of like podcasts and comedy sitcoms and things like that. Especially things that like I've watched a ton that I like. It's comforting in that way. So yeah, things like Kids in the Hall and Mystery Science Theater 3000 and stuff like that.
Mm.
I can just kind of have those go on forever.
Okay,
uh,
favorite Kids in the Hall sketch.
uh, oh god, that's tough. I always love the Sir Simon Milligan and Hecubus sketches. And then there's also one really weird one that my husband and I will quote a lot that it's basically Dave Foley having uh, a whole lot of monkeys that he could let loose on a city. And he just threatens the city as like, I could let the monkeys loose.
I'm trying. We used to when I was in college. There was. Do you know the sausages sketch?
Yeah, yeah.
The
That's also a favorite.
yeah. Uh, I remember being obsessed trying to hunt that one down. And because at the time it was you had to wait until it was on TV.
Yeah.
I think it was not necessarily in syndication, but it was
Well,
reruns.
it's like I think Comedy Central was the one that like that's how I wound up watching it. I think when I was 12 or something, and a lot of the jokes definitely like went over my head.
Yeah.
But it was like I love this. I don't know what it is, but it's just great.
Um, but the other one that my wife and I really love is Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, or like
that one's great.
I forget, like then he has the oatmeal at the
Uh-huh.
end in his hand for a lump of
Gonna
oatmeal.
name him Mr. Stevenson too.
Yeah, like the weird, like the almost the weirder they are, the more I like some of those. Or there's one where there's like I don't remember. It was one of them like dancing around in between barrels that had snakes in them or something. I'm trying
Oh,
to.
yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about.
You know what's really sad is I have students now that are talking about the like squishing people's heads with their fingers,
Oh, I'm
but they don't
impressed that they
know.
still know it though.
No, but they don't. Yeah, they don't know where it comes from,
Oh,
or like why. Like they don't know. I'm going to squish you. They don't know the
it's
character.
probably just become like memeified because I think there's a couple of other. I forget what it was. I learned a couple months ago that it was like something that I cherish as like TV media, and it was like they had no idea where it came
Yeah,
from. It might have even been just like a random like Futurama bit or something like that. But they knew the joke, but they had no idea the context for it.
yeah,
It was just like that's so bizarre to me. It's like how do you learn media that way?
it's sad, and I don't want to sit there and be like, okay, everybody sit down while old man Hoffman talks. No, from because it's telling a joke and being or saying it was so funny because it was like this.
Mhm.
No one's gonna understand how it was funny in the moment, but uh are you we've been watching the Detroiters.
I love Detroiters so much.
Oh,
You're like the only other person I know who watches
well,
it, so that makes me very
we
happy.
we were not watching it, and we love Tim Robinson, and I think you should leave now. And then
Hmm.
Kate Cosgrove said that she was watching Detroiters, so we put it on, and like they're so the loveliness between the two friends on it is so good. We just watched the last episode last night, and it was a sad moment because it's
I know there's
over.
nothing left.
I don't think it's coming
No,
back.
no, but you can go back to it again. I was rewatching
Yeah,
it for the second time, like earlier this year.
it's just the pairing of the two
Hmm.
is so funny, and like it's the equivalent of I think we were talking with Kate Cosgrove about um, it's always sunny in Philadelphia,
Hmm.
and how the first like it's just screaming at certain points, and then Tim Robinson, I'm like, okay, how's he gonna end up screaming in this episode?
Yeah,
Like, that is a part of every single episode for him is just like yelling at the
yeah.
top
I'm
of
always
his.
amazed he hasn't like shredded his voice box thoroughly.
Yes, yeah. um so uh going back to sort of kidlit, this is
Mhm.
okay, we're jumping back in for those that are like watching who are going, let's talk business again. um tell me a bit about you do have two agents, which is a rarity.
Yeah,
You
and
have
it's
one before the
relatively
other.
recent for me having two, but I didn't realize that it was as rare as it seems to be.
Do you know anybody else that has two?
Um, I don't know offhand. I think if anything, it's like I know people who have agents who are based for a certain country. So
Yeah,
they might have like a European or an Asian agent versus an American one.
yeah.
But yeah, I guess we're kind of an outlier that way.
Which one came first?
The commercial agents. So Scott, I've been with him since 2008, I think,
Okay.
which again is bizarre to think about. And I think at that point, like I didn't necessarily fully understand like what having an agent was exactly. So I think I was pretty naive about it. But Scott was always very good at taking me under his wing for that. But I think in my mind I was like, okay, once I have an agent, the floodgates will open and all the work comes in. I was like, that's not how that works,
Nope.
especially not in 2008.
Nope. And then
So that
did
was a little sobering.
did Scott have the rights to Kidlit stuff, or was that?
Yeah, so he had been negotiating Kidlet projects for me. Like so he was the one who helped me with like Interstellar
Yeah.
Cinderella and all of those. Um, and I know he's had like a lot of experience working within publishing, and like I think he said he had um, represented like Mary Grand Pré when she did the Harry Potter covers and stuff like that. So it's not that he couldn't handle that, but I also knew that I wanted to have someone who knew Kidlit like super well because he stretches across all these other fields as well. So I kind of wanted to have someone specialized as well as someone who can kind of help me develop my own stories because I like the projects that I've gotten to do, but I think for a while I kind of felt a little pigeonholed in the type of work I was getting. And so I know a lot of times like I need to show people what I can do to get hired for the projects that I want. So trying to get the confidence to actually put my own stories out there and make, the stories I want to see out there in the world
Now
was important.
was he okay with you? Like in my case,
Yeah,
my agent, I had to
mhm.
do a little bit of negotiating, and not just a little bit. I had to do quite a bit of negotiating, saying I want the Kidlit stuff to be a different agent.
Mhm.
Did you have a similar sort of challenge, or was it a
I
smooth transition where he's like, "That makes sense, go do it"?
yeah, I think it was a smooth transition, but it took longer, not because of anything with him, but just I think my own confidence of like being like, okay, this is what I want to do. Just because I was like, well, I don't want to burn bridges
Yeah.
and I don't want to step on any toes that way. But um, and earlier in my career, I wasn't necessarily thinking of like writing and developing my own stuff. I was like, okay, I'd just love to illustrate for other people because I do like the challenge of working with other people's manuscripts and different storytelling styles in that way. But earlier on, I think we had conversations around it, and I just was like, oh well, what would the difference be if I worked with someone else? And at that point, it sounded like it would be fairly similar. But I think as I started talking with other people in the industry and also trying to figure out like what my goals were within Kidlit, it made sense to kind of strike out in this way. And he understood that.
Yeah.
His career has been so long and evolving that like he wants the best for me. So it's not like a matter of like feeling like
How dare you?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm a people pleaser, so it's like I don't want to make people feel bad about it.
Well, it's. I mean, it is for those that don't know. I mean, the challenge, the idea of having two agents is challenging, partially because you have to separate those agents. They can't cover the same thing.
Mhm.
And then on top of that, it's certain ones pay differently.
Mhm.
I'm imagining that Scott takes a bigger percentage, but
Yeah, I for any book work that we had done, we basically uh had it pay out more like a literary agent relationship where it's like 15%. But usually it was I think 30% for commercial work.
yeah,
So
yeah. And for those who don't know, I'm going to do a little, not necessarily history, but a rationale in the sense that Kidlit is based on not just a upfront fee, but royalties, and there's potential for back end,
mhm.
like a movie deal or a
Yeah,
TV show, things of that sort. And so,
merchandise and stuff like
yeah,
that
so
too.
the
Yeah.
financially for an agent, they can take a little less on the front end, knowing that they will get royalties in the end, or not knowing, but hoping they will get
Hoping, yeah.
in the end. Whereas a art agent generally is a flat fee
Hmm.
on a lot of stuff, or a majority of the work comes in as a flat fee, and there is no like back end points
Hmm.
or those kinds of things, and so they take a little bit more upfront because they're just not going to see other dividends later on. And they both, there's this question that I always hear of like, and maybe this is a question that I can ask you, but the well, 30%. Why would you want someone to take that money?
Hmm.
But obviously you have two agents, so there's some reason. It's not like you're doing this uh, because it's the only method, but clearly there is some reason or rationale for
Allowing
having an agent.
for that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
What
I
are
think for me, like negotiating, has never been my strong suit. I've definitely gotten better over the years, but it was always very eye-opening. Um, when a project would come in, and then I'd kind of come up with what I thought was a fair number, and then Scott would tell me what he would expect for a project like that, and I was like, oh, I'm way lowballing
yeah
myself, so that's interesting. So that, and just like having the expertise, like I will admit, like, so it was very interesting when I first started with Scott that again, I kind of, like how you were saying, I kind of cast a bit of a wide berth in terms of finding different agents and trying to reach out to them. But I think in that point I was just like, oh, that's the thing you do to move your career to the next level, I guess, so I guess I'll do that.
yeah
And when I had done that, like Scott was very nice, but like he rejected me at the beginning just because he was like, well, you have some interesting work, but I don't really know what your work is about. I don't really know what you want out of illustration. And you know at 22 or 23 or whenever I first reached out to him, I was like, that feels so cutting, but I understood, like, he was right. I didn't really know what I wanted. I was just like, I just want to illustrate, I guess. you
yeah
know
you didn't know
and so yeah,
or
I
your
just had
yeah
no idea. I was like, it could be anything, so I'll just take whatever. And I definitely did work earlier on that I was just like kind of taking because it's work.
yeah
um,
did, now you have Laura. When did you sign up for
so that was last year. I keep thinking I have this bad habit of being like, oh yeah, that happened earlier this year, and then I'm like, nope, that was another year on top of it. So
so
I really thought I signed with her this year, but I'm wrong. So
was that reaching out to her, or did she reach out to you? It must have been you
I reached yeah, I reached out to her. I had a friend who was also uh, represented by her, and this was kind of like a little bit later in the querying process. I'd reached out to 5 or 6 people, I think, and it kind of like some rejection and some stalling out in terms of like getting any feedback. And then I think I just put like a kind of public call saying like I'm interested in looking for an agent, and my friend had reached out to me and put me in contact with her. And I
okay
didn't know Lara's work at all really as an agent, because I think with ABLA that there's some names that are like really really big, and not that she's not, but I don't think she has as public of a footprint as some of the other agents do.
yeah
So I just didn't know her reputation super well. But she was lovely, and like we had a really great conversation, and gelled in a really nice way. So I'm very happy to have worked with her. But yeah, I originally was like looking at like Writer's House and tried to reach out to a few agents there, and that didn't really work out. I think I forget. I know I did query someone else at ABLA, and I forget. I got rejected, but I forget who it was.
but
Um,
did you have that mean you have to wait a certain amount of time? Like I,
um,
I don't remember. Like I know they have rules about like if you get rejected, you need to like you can't ask the same agent again more than 3 times.
yeah,
Or no, if you get rejected by 3 people at the agency,
it's basically a
consider it.
no, because I know they
Yeah,
talk
it's
to
a
each
no.
other.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think what it was is like getting rejected on the first one. It was like you can talk to someone else, but I don't think there was any delay. And I will admit, my querying process was probably not what the average, like most people when they're querying, it's either submitting their portfolio or they have a dummy that they want to develop and um, you know show that off with
Yeah.
them. And I kind of gave them a wild document of like, here are the stories that I want to write, but I need help, basically.
But you
And that
had,
didn't, that worked for some people, but not for everyone. So.
you also had, you know, bestseller kind of books under your belt too. So it's not like you're coming in blind.
No, that's certainly true, but I think it probably I might have been able to like get a quicker turnaround on the conversations and whatnot with
Yeah.
people if I had done it the typical way. But that's fine. It made sense for where I was at that point because the downside too is like I wind up having several different ideas. I'm like, oh, this would be really cool to develop into a story, but then knowing which one to start with and like debut with or anything like that, it feels overwhelming. So having an agent like Lara to like bounce ideas off of and like actually help me kind of rein that in a little bit more has been really helpful.
So how do you, because this is a challenge for me of right now, a majority of the stuff that I do is kidlit.
Mm-hmm.
A good majority. Like every once in a while I'll get a random thing from my art agent, but it is not the breadwinner. I mean, none of it's a breadwinner, let's put it that way. But
well, especially now, I don't know. I've had so many conversations with Scott just about like the trickiness of the industry for commercial work. So
yeah.
it's not as especially over the last 2 or 3 years, I feel like it's definitely had some sea changes that way.
But how do you, as a, like, I worry in my own case about wait, someone's saying MH. Oh, can you lock? Well, the problem is both. There's someone saying MH. Can you focus on the page, not your hand?
I didn't realize it
Yeah,
was.
but that could be me too. So I don't know who MH is
Oh,
because we both have MH.
it's probably.
My,
Yeah, that's a good point.
yours, because you're a little tighter than I am, so it's probably
Yeah.
jumping around a little more.
Okay, sorry. My camera may also be bouncing a little, which I apologize.
No, it's fine. I didn't even notice that until late. But shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh, the challenge for me is I always feel like I have to question: am I shortchanging one of the groupings over the other? So like, I am basically living in kidlit for a majority of stuff now.
Yeah.
But what I don't want to do is make the art agent feel like they're second fiddle.
Mm-hmm.
But I also like, if I do stuff with them, I want it to probably be kid oriented. And so it's a question of like, is it literary? Is it not? Is it, like there's all these weird battles that go on in my mind, and probably I'm overthinking it. But do you have some sort of like challenge in the same manner of if I'm making spec work or if I'm thinking about sort of like who a project is for?
Yeah.
Does that?
How do you balance all those things? Yeah, it's a hard question. It's like I'm not really sure like the right way to go about it because I think probably the easiest way would to be to have like some clear division where it's like, okay, this is the work I do for the commercial work versus the kidlit work. But I'm trying to like figure out ways to make work that can kind of straddle both those spaces, but still feel distinct enough. And so I think like for me, I've been trying to narrow down the audience more for the commercial work and like I've been trying to like get more towards like packaging and branding because I think that would be a good space to sit. And so then identifying say like pets or something like that to kind of be like, okay, well I can take illustrations of dogs and cats and show that off or foods or things like that. And I think sometimes I've been trying to like experiment with different styles that might be harder to pitch for kidlit, but might be interesting for either like a book cover or for like a commercial job. And that's like I've done a few pieces that are in this collage or not collage, mosaic kind of art style. That's digital, but it's like mimicking individual mosaic pieces. Yeah. And I haven't had freelance work kind of pan out for that, but I keep hoping because I'm like, that would be just such an interesting project to get to translate.
Well, that's the challenge of like aesthetically varying up in general. I mean, I've been playing in this collage for a while, and now I'm going to get my first opportunity to really do it on a professional. No, that's not true. I've done editorial, but the like when you bounce around or play with style and new approaches, it becomes a question of like, uh, when do you get the chance, and is it tied to one agent over the other? Like, there's so many weird, interesting, challenging questions, I think, when it comes to like agents and not necessarily ownership, but um, uh, like representation, I guess, in that area. Um, are you pursuing? I mean, you said that the writing, you have some ideas. Are you writing on the regular?
I am now, like as of like the last month or two. I had been spending some time over the summer figuring out like broader concepting, and then I kind of froze up a little bit, being like, oh, this is terrible, or I'm stuck and I don't know how to like get it to a point that's actually interesting. And now I'm kind of hitting the point where I'm like, okay, well, I see pathways for it, which is fun. I think like reading, like that's one thing, like looking at other illustrators. I'm trying not to necessarily fixate on just what other illustrators are doing art wise, but like also looking and reading their stories
Yeah.
to kind of understand storytelling in a different way. So that's been really helpful to kind of get back into that.
Do you what's your time frame look like, in the sense of, are you working every day? Are you working at certain times of the day? What's the most productive for you?
It used to be at night. I think it's definitely eased off since then. I do tend to work almost every day, which is probably not the best, but my sense of time sometimes gets a little more skewed. How I mentioned before, I have a very overactive terrier who needs a lot of exercising and releasing of
Yeah.
energy. So
Yeah.
it forces me to take a lot of breaks, which has been good for like brainstorming and that sort of thing too.
You're
Um,
taking walks on the regular?
yeah, taking walks, dog park, lots of training, lots of throwing toys around for him. It's like he constantly needs energy. He's the most
How
energetic dog I've ever
how old
had.
is this dog?
He's like 3 or 4. Yeah, but he's like, we got him thinking he was like a fox terrier, and then it turned out he's like half Sheltie, half Jack Russell, or not fully that, but almost all Jack Russell, and then he's got like Australian Shepherd. So it's like all the energetic breeds
Yeah.
all in one.
The
So,
Australian Shepherd right there. That's the one that,
yeah,
like, yeah.
if I'd known, that wouldn't have been what I'd go for. But yeah, our last dog was a 16-year-old Mancher Pinscher who would sleep most of the day, and like it's very different having a dog that just needs to go all the time. But yeah, back to your question, it's like I work most productively probably mid-afternoon. Like
Okay.
I'll start around like 10 and then kind of go into the evening, and sometimes I am working until like 10 o'clock or midnight or whatever, but it just depends on the project and like what I'm trying to do. Like I used to be better at like pivoting with multiple projects in a day, and I'm not very good at that anymore. So if it's like writing, that takes a lot of cognitive energy for me. And then I kind of have to chill out and kind of like loosen up or just experiment a little bit digitally or something like that. But I tend to kind of like work on one thing at a time each day.
What's your studio like? Is it in your house?
Yeah. I used to work in shared studio spaces when I lived in Portland, and I really liked it. But with COVID, that kind of like forced me back home. And so I used to work in our living room in a 1 bedroom apartment. Now I have my own room, which is so crammed full of stuff, but it's comfortable.
Are you like, when you say that you're in Western Providence, are you in the downtown, like Federal Hill? I'm trying to remember. Federal Hill is like, like not the heart of the city, because it's not like it's a
Yeah,
huge
it's not
city.
downtown, but it's like just over the overpass. So
Yeah.
it's fairly central to, yeah, downtown is like a 15-20 minute walk at most.
I was wondering about sort of like access um to the city itself, and the the options that are there for the art community.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do you get out to art stuff there often, or is it?
I try to, but I am a homebody sometimes, so it's easy to kind of forget or find out that things have happened after the fact. But I think that's where like taking classes sometimes is helpful for me because like I took ceramics classes at the studio here in town called the Steel Yard, which is like interdisciplinary and like does metalworking and jewelry and ceramics and that sort of thing. So getting to go to places like that has been really helpful, informative. But I know there's always like more things going on that I'm like, well, I'm at home, I'm working. So
Have you found
I'm
your
trying to
craft
do better.
though? Like, because you've only been there, you said for like 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah, about 2.5 years, I
Okay.
think.
Have you found your crowd? Have you found the people that um, are simpatico with uh, your making or your process and whatnot, or is it still sort of like new enough that you're still like? I mean, I understand you're a homebody. So maybe that's the wrong question to ask, but
No, I understand what you mean, though. I mean, I've definitely found some really awesome people here, but I have a feeling I'm barely scratching the surface. So that's something I'm hoping that's a goal for 2025 is to really dig into some of the other pockets. Because I was talking with a friend of mine too. I used to like when I lived in Portland, I would do there's a big craft fair called Crafty Wonderland every winter. And I loved being part of the community that way and like just seeing all the different things that people were doing and making. And I kind of miss like being kind of in a bigger, broader community that way. So it's definitely something I want to expand on.
I can imagine that the craft fair in Portland must be like huge.
Oh yeah.
Uh, just uh, the, I mean, knowing that like the type of town that is, and then you put craft in front of it, that everybody's this is the thing. Um, were you? Did you remember the thing Bazaar?
Yeah, I do
Okay,
remember
I was
that.
gonna say I feel like that was like in that same ballpark where it would just be craft, and there was an audience that would go with that. The only downside
Definitely.
was if you typed it in the wrong way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's certainly
Did,
true.
did you ever type it in the wrong way?
Probably once or twice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was like a latex fetish site. And it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, you got to get that right on class, otherwise
You learn a
you
lesson real quick.
yeah yeah a very quick back in your browser. Um, I see. Oh, Forsyth Jones says that they shelved Interstellar Cinderella at the
Oh,
library.
that's awesome.
Love it. Do you do you feel and uh, this is pointed in a way, and I understand there's a love for that book and that series and whatnot, and working with Deborah, but do you feel like that book somehow has not necessarily pigeonholed, but like that there's an expectation that all your books will be like that?
I think for a while that I did feel not necessarily because of that book, but I had a couple other books like Send a Girl and there's a I I want to say it's either middle grade or YA age range. There's a book about puberty that I got to illustrate uh like 200 illustrations for. So I feel like for a while I was kind of like hitting a lot of more feminist focused or like I think with the Interstellar Cinderella books, like I started wondering is like are they just picking like girl power for lack of a better word like kind of
Yeah,
stories for me? And I always got very frustrated with that idea that I might get pigeonholed because, especially, I've seen other illustrators who can do all sorts of different things or, can go really funny or really serious at the same time. So I've been trying to like find ways to get better at showing that I have range that way. And like the board books that I've been doing have been nice for that because they do let me be a little bit more playful and like not worry as much about like a message in that way.
that's it's not that I don't think I even run into that problem at all. Of like, I mean, I actually probably, if anything, people look at my work and go like, "You're just going to draw butts," and so really like.
Well, I will say I do think a lot of times like male illustrators do get a lot like more broadness or they're allowed
Yeah,
to do more. Like I've talked with a lot of like illustrators of color too who get really frustrated that they like if they only get pegged for like identity stories if they're trying to do other uh things that represent them as
yeah,
well,
yeah. It's the I mean pigeonholing, and I don't think it's intentional. I don't think like people are going like, let's give them this book because we only think they should be doing this. But I
Oh
think that
no, yeah, I don't think it's
it
that, but I do think like the industry does go a little bit more safe, like what they trust an illustrator to
yeah,
do. So sometimes it's easier to pick something that they're like, okay, it's a known quantity, they're going to deliver because they've done this before.
yeah.
So I do get that, but I like being able to stretch a little bit more.
I mean, I the idea of identity and how people um, or the expectation of that, I think is still something that the industry needs to work on.
Mhm.
Uh, and I mean, it's shown up in a lot of different avenues. I've talked to a few folks on here that have had that similar issue of like not necessarily pigeonholing, but expecting to speak or people expecting to speak for a larger community, and
Yeah,
like that's not what they want to say constantly. They don't want to have to be the spokesperson. Uh,
yeah,
across
definitely.
the board. I realize this piece is going like totally different than what I expected, but it, it's going to turn into a duck. One of them's going to be a duck and a weird duck. I'm just basically playing with
Yeah,
shapes now. All of a sudden, he's got a pink
I don't
beak.
know. It sounds satisfying.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. It is what it is, people, and you can deal with it. Um, so
It's okay. This isn't going the way I was expecting either, so
yeah,
it'll be all
night
good.
a play night, and it is meant to be fun, and there's no rules. You can't tell me what I can't do,
No
people.
rules, just right.
Yeah, yeah. Um, okay, wait. That's a good question. That's a good question. I said the other day on to some students that I like to, in my brain, I look at myself and I go, man, I am a rule breaker. I am a anti-authority. Like I'm going to challenge convention when it comes to my art. And then in reality, I don't think I do. Like I like to think that I do, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty run of the mill on that stuff, or I'm afraid to challenge perception. I mean, you got that wild colored hair that tells me
Yeah.
that you are like so.
Nah, I'd like to think that, but yeah, no, I think I'm probably not as rule breaking as I could be.
So what? Uh, I was about to say, what rules do you want to break? But um, how? Well, no, I am going to ask that. What's a rule you want to break? What's it
It's a rule I don't want to
feel
break.
like needs to be broken? That the idea of like you mentioned the idea of identity becoming. Are you worried about like identity? The challenge of people expecting a certain thing from you, um, and then that's something that could be like, well, let's break down the idea of how Kidlit works and blah 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 blah.
Hmm.
But what are some things that you wish you could do, but you always kind of or that you hesitate because you're afraid it's too far. Both in
Uh,
and out of art.
yeah. Not that you've not given me a lofty question or
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. How are you going to change the world for the better? Okay, go.
World
Yeah.
peace. I'm trying to think like what would I want to. I mean, I feel like if anything, it's like I would love to like within my art, it would be really fun to get to really play with printing processes in a way that would be it's something that publishing won't do because they have to work with budgets in mind. But I would love to get to like really push with like transparent color overlays or something like that, or I mean, I guess that's where the novelty work comes in because I know that there's some things with like thermographic printing that you can kind of like hide and reveal images. So like getting to do something like that, or um, just a really out there binding process,
Yeah.
or get to do like a accordion book or something like that would be very fun. But
You must know Joo Hee Yoon's books, right?
Mhm.
Where she,
I love her work so
yeah, I
much.
mean, obviously they're not doing like super super insane printing process, or like you said, like weird overlay sheets that are thrown into the binding,
Mhm.
but there is a printmaker's mindset that shows up in that. And are you talking more of like production cost, or are you talking more of a, like, in other words, weird binding processes?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it would be fun to work with a book that like deals with all those aspects of like the book as object, whether it's something that is more like, pop up interactive in that way,
Yeah,
or say it uses like clear, like colored acetates or something to kind of like reveal, and like if you turn a page, then it like changes the way the image works or whatnot. Um, but I mean, most of the time, I know picture books are a medium that like they have, restraints and limitations in them because they need to make profit off
yeah,
them. So it's like has to be 32 pages or whatnot. Um, so I guess it's just like I'd like to be able to play a little bit more creative that way, or do something like what Juhi's done, where it is like with that printing limitation. Like I kind of aped it a bit with the Goodnight Garage, in that the limitation I gave for myself was that it could only have 5 colors to make the whole book. So I laid it out like it would be done with spot colors, even though it wasn't. And so every color had to like lay on top of each other to make all the hues that were in the book. Um, and that was a weird puzzle, but it was
yeah.
great for my brains.
Got you back in that mindset.
Yeah.
Too cool. Um, is there looking at the industry, and I
Mhm.
know that not everybody in Kidlit is like, I got to look at the industry constantly, but are there certain things that you trends that you see for those that are out there trying to break in
Mhm.
to that industry? You've been in it now for coming up on 10 years.
For Kid League, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and so like you've seen things change, and in my opinion, like the if you look at where stuff started and where it is now, you might be able to make a linear thread and say this is where it's probably going. Uh,
Mhm.
are there things that you see that you think are trends that are exciting or would be valuable for people that are interested in breaking in to sort of mess around with?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like I feel like I'm noticing more of a like return to humor in an interesting way, that because I think for a while things did seem like they were pushing more towards either nonfiction or family identity, like social emotional learning
Yeah,
sorts of stories, which are still, very popular and big. But I think they've saturated in a very big way, especially over the pandemic. So it seems like things are coming back towards like stories and developing like, humor more organically through the story, as opposed to necessarily being maybe more concept or message based. So I'm very happy to see that, because I'm hoping I've been seeing a few other books where it's like they're getting a little weirder and a little more adventurous, or the stories aren't necessarily the safe, predictable wrap up that you might expect. Like I've also read like a bunch of like how to write children's books, and like there's a lot of like rules that um, get tossed off of like trying to keep things like tight and cyclical in that way. And I like that other writers and illustrators are kind of like pushing against that a little bit more, and like bringing a little bit more daringness into, children's literature, which I think kids would really gravitate
yeah, sort
towards.
of screw it, I don't have to play by your
Yeah.
rules. Obviously editors have to be involved and art direction have to
Of
be
course.
involved, but
Yeah.
the idea of people are coming with like wilder ideas than what potentially was once there. I mean, I look at it and I know that maybe this wasn't your cup of tea at that time, but when I was in school, I was interested in doing kidlit, and this was back in the '90s, and I feel like there was a aesthetic, and there was also a very distinct sort of expectation of what kidlit, like there weren't, I don't feel like there were really wild stories back then. Now of course I'm looking at this through a lens that probably some agent would go, absolutely there was groundbreaking things, but I feel
Mhm.
like more of that nowadays, like
Mhm.
interesting on what a book can be and what kids can get out of them.
Mhm.
uh, like even talking to my mother-in-law, um, she mentioned that when she was growing up, the only kind of books that she had around were like Dick and Jane books. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It was very formulaic, and I feel
Mhm.
like we're branching, and sort of the tree of kidlit is expanding on a regular basis. But I forget what I was gonna. I don't even know if I was asking a question there. I may not.
No, but I do agree with you. It's like there. I think it was more boxed in of like, or there was more of an expectation of like, okay, this is what kidlit looks like, or these are what the kind of stories you would do. Because I remember in school too, like the one or two assignments that I did that were kidlit focused. It was like illustrating a poem that felt very like predictable and safe, and was like, okay, well, like I can fulfill the brief in the way that I'm expecting, like what the book would look like, or what's already out
Yeah.
there. And I feel like uh, I see more like daringness with editors and art directors to try a few new things and like not play so much towards like trends in the same
Yeah. It
way.
doesn't have to have
And also just like
moral.
I don't know, like that's why I love looking at like the call fonts of books and seeing like what how they make the work. And like because I was looking at like I don't know if you've read the book Umami recently,
I
but
have not.
like that book was it Jacob Grant, I think. But he was using like I think it was like oil pastel transfers or monotypes or something. And I was like, how do you do that? I've never heard of that process. Or, seeing people scan and collage found objects into work. It's like there's so many different ways to make it a picture, and I think that's really cool. And it can add so much to like a young reader's experience.
Is there is there a book right now that's like the superstar in your mind that sort of showcases the the love and the passion that you're sort of talking about for, you know, whether it be the audience or not, but like, is there something that you're looking at that you're like, oh, this is the thing that's sort of doing what I want to be doing?
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's probably a few different. Like, I always like looking at Matt Forsyth's work because
Okay.
I think the way that he develops like these very beautiful, like alive worlds with color. And Beatrice Alamana, I love how she like draws things that look like they shouldn't make sense, but they do in her world that way. And like how you'd mentioned before, like Juhi Yoon, I think also I really am drawn to her work. Leanne Cho's work, especially her more recent stories, have been really fun too to just see like really cheeky, irascible
Yeah,
characters. Like Pigtown Party was just so
yeah,
delightful.
that's
Um,
there's on our copy. We just got that this weekend. Wait, was it this weekend? I don't know. Maybe it was the weekend before. At some point, we just got that book.
mhm.
Um, and yeah, it's a wackadoo, as I would refer to it. Um, so going back a little bit to the idea of being a risk taker, a person who challenges convention.
Mhm.
Um, do you feel like you are able, or there's, I think this is just like a industry question in a way. Do you
Okay.
feel like you are given license to play from art directors in a way without you having to ask? Or because I run into this battle with my own work quite often, quite
Mhm.
that um, I I want to try like really wild things, and again, this is me saying it like I want to be a rule breaker, and then the next day I'm like, no, that's too far. I don't want to. I don't piss anybody off. Um,
Well,
but
like, what's an example of that? That like something you would like to try that you're like, oh, I'll do it, and then you're like, nah, it's too far.
uh,
I'm just curious.
a good question. I like what's a I would really love to make a book, and I don't think this is actually feasible financially. I would love to make a book that actually takes advantage of blank pages and
Hmm.
stalls. So, like,
Yeah.
coming from, I love the idea of in cinematography, you hold on a shot
Hmm.
for a length of time, and it starts to become like, at first you're going like, wow, this is too much time spent on this one shot, and then eventually it starts to get a little like, you get a little angry, and you're like, why are they spending so much time on this one shot? And then eventually it goes back to like being funny all of a sudden because
Hmm.
you spent that much time on it, and then it goes back to like anger again, and then it's funny again, and then, but I feel like I cannot do that in picture books purely because there is a financial issue
Hmm.
there. Like saying, yeah, will you give me the authority to have 20 spreads that very little happens in them? And I don't see, like, like a duck is walking across a ground plane and it's going to take 20 spreads. No one's going to sign off on that. Or at least,
Maybe not 20, but I think you could. I think there's room in
yeah,
there. Like I have seen, like, not that I can pull examples off the top of my head right now, but I have seen some examples of books recently that do play with like tension in that way, or get creative with like how they compose and use page turns to like
yeah.
kind of bring that together. I like the idea a lot. I want to see that.
It's one of those things where like a lot of the ideas that I have, I feel like uh, I tend to back away from them because I'm afraid that uh, it will be nixed. Or
Yeah.
again, it's not necessarily even like an authority issue. It's just they'd never go for this, so I won't even
Well,
propose it.
do you wind up finding? Because I'm curious if this also comes into your head with like writing for like the age range that you're doing. Like, do you ever worry that that's something that like a kid would have trouble handling or like sitting with? Because I wonder about that. Like right now, I'm working on a story, and I'm like in my head, I'm convinced. I'm like, I want to start this in medias res where they don't know exactly what's going on, and then like they figure it out
Yeah,
over time. And I'm like, I keep thinking, it's like, is that too lofty for a 5 or 6 year old? But I'm like, but it's a brilliant idea. I can do
no,
it. So,
I,
I don't
I
know like what's realistic or not.
yeah. Are you doing it for the adult reading it, or are you doing it for the kid that's reading it? Is the question that always pops up in my head.
Yeah.
Uh, I think. I mean, I don't know. I I want to say that we need to give more credit to kids
Hmm.
in their ability to understand.
Hmm.
But I also understand that there are certain times within Kidlit that it is a learning situation.
Yeah.
Equivalent of, if this was purely just about enjoyment, that's probably one book. If this is more of a thing about like, you want kids to read, well, okay, there are some picture books that are clearly educational. They are
Hmm.
meant to be educational. They are meant to be, here is the subject matter that you can, when you read this book, you will learn this subject by the end. But then there's also just the sentiment that books in general, across the board, are, especially for kidlit, are educational just in the inherent nature of a kid reading it and learning how to put words and ideas together and to be creative and to think outside
Hmm.
the box and things of that sort. And I understand the idea of some things are just frivolous as far as a book, but I also, does your page say Emma at the top?
Emma? No, I wrote mosaic on it. That might be what you're seeing.
What?
Oh, 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 no, 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 sorry. That's not that. Those are just leaf shapes, but it does look like Emma.
Okay,
I will
that's
give you that.
also, I didn't notice it until just then. Like I didn't put the dots together.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
I can't unsee it,
yeah.
so that's all right.
All right. Sorry.
No,
Um,
it's fine.
but I think that like I don't want to discredit and say let's let's give kids stuff that is completely irrelevant and not about learning because they just want something fun. I still want in the
Mhm.
back of my head, I want them to get something from the book beyond just a fun story. Not necessarily it has to be educational, but I want them to go back and say, this was fun to read, let's read something else. And to
Yeah.
me, that is also part of education. It's not a separate thing.
Hmm.
And so I don't know the answer of like uh, that safety net,
Hmm.
that idea of like getting permission to do something or to challenge convention. I get it. I want to do it, but I also don't want to do something that's so wild or so different that the kid is not is so distracted or challenged by it that they sort of shut down and
Yeah.
want to walk away from reading or what have you.
No, that totally makes sense. I mean, also, like, I keep thinking about like how to reward rereading because I know, like, I'll hear from parents who are like, I've read the story so many times, and like, there's some stories that they absolutely hate, but their kids are obsessed with it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, how do you make a story that's like both really appealing for a parent to reread and for a kid to read as they're like learning new things about it? And I always love like any kind of like kids book that rewards like rereading a few times and like seeing things that are happening in the background that they might have not noticed on the first reading.
Yeah.
um,
It's,
because especially like they learn so many things so quickly. um, so like they might not get the first time, but like if they like spending time in the world enough, maybe like the true lessons will kind of like come over time too, you know.
we still get highlights magazine in our household, even though
Oh,
my
nice.
son is way past that. The subscription to it.
Do they still do like Goofus and Gallant in that? I don't know.
Every once in a while they do. It's in there, but it's stylized to be more modern than what it
Oh, okay.
probably when we were
Mhm.
young. But one of the things that shows up in that sort of hints at the idea of what you're talking about is they have those like find these things in a picture where it's like you have to find a ruler and you have to find a crescent moon and they're hidden in a black and white image and you have to
Uh-huh.
and it's always a pencil, a hockey stick, a ruler, and a paper clip and a heart. There's like their standard shapes, right?
Mhm.
But they give you this list or this icon that you have to find in the piece. But the thing that I always love about it is when you're done with that, they also have a little like word search, or not a word search, but a little blurb that says, "Can you also find 3 shamrocks and 15 kites?" And like to me, that's that idea of like you think you're done with it, and then there's something that makes you want to go back and go through it again because you're looking for something totally different.
Totally.
That doesn't always happen in kidlit in the sense of like the rereadability because you're on a quest to find something, but that idea of the return with different eyes is sort of a fun approach. Like I wonder if in the back matter if you wrote something that said, well, this is ooh, wait, okay, this is challenging. I don't know if this would work. What happens if you write a book for kids where if you read it the way you're supposed to read it, it's one story, and then you read it a different way,
Hmm.
like you every other page, and it tells a totally different story because you're
Yes, yeah. I would love something like that where it really plays with it formally.
yeah, which would be
Kind of like choose your own adventure style, but also like, I mean, because even like some of the books where, you'll play with turning the book upside down and seeing how the story gets read differently. I always find those fascinating too.
I wonder if I have this book. There's a book that we have in my collection. I'm gonna go see if I can find it real quick.
Okay.
This might be hard to find, but it's I want to say it's an Alan Alberg book that is about a postman and delivery of mail. And it's really. Do you remember the what is it, Griffin and Sabine book?
Oh, I love those books. Yeah.
Back in the day, it's similar
Uh-huh.
in that manner wherein you open it up and there are separate little letters to folks. I think it may be to Santa. I forget exactly
Yeah.
what it is. Um,
That one.
I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick. If I can find it
No,
out.
it's okay. I just pulled open Griffin and Sabine because I wanted to look at it.
What, Lauren?
Yeah. Oh no, I have a copy of Griffin and
Oh,
Sabine,
here's
so I pulled it.
Jolly Postman.
Oh, I've heard of that one. Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah. I feel like doing like I loved Griffin and Sabine for the fact that you could actually like pull out like all these epistolary ephemera. Like being able to do a book like that would be such a dream.
Yeah, this one, the Jolly Postman, Janet and Alan Alberg, and so it's all like classic fairy tales, but again, it looks like an envelope. You flip it over, and then you open it up, and on the inside, this one is a letter, I assume. Yes, I love a little kid's letter, and this one's talking about Goldilocks, and then the postman's there, and then so each page is structurally. I mean, this probably was a nightmare to figure out, but each page has its own thing because one of them is a letter, but then this one is an advertisement for Hobgoblin Supplies Limited, and then another one is Mr. V Big. And so like this one's a postcard that's in there, and like such a fun way for kids to like interact with it.
Yeah.
It's just not common. What does this one have? Let's see. It's a discovery for me. I forget what's in each one of these. There's a letter and there's a little book in this one. And it's got that same Griffin and Sabine sort of like pocket element to it. That's really fun. It'd be fun to work on a book like that, and maybe, you know, the dipping my toes into it is the board book. Like,
I think it's definitely a good starting point towards that. Like I could definitely see, like, especially if you get a good working relationship with them, then you can like pitch an idea and see if it's doable, you know.
I want to do one that's made out of solid gold. How hard would that?
And I get to keep all the copies.
Yeah. This is it's I'll make the artwork, and then you guys send me 15,000 authors copies.
I'm totally good for it.
Yeah, and I'll sign one of them and send it back. Is there now, because you are working in other industries? I mean, you like, well, not even other industries. Like, do you still do the Procreate brush stuff?
Yeah, I still make them. It's something that's kind of was like a hobby over time. Partially because I got so used to working like with brush and ink, and I love the fact that you can get so much variation with brush and ink, but then trying to do something digitally, it just doesn't work quite in the same way. So I've been driven somewhat mad trying to make a brush that looks like my actual ink work. And then a lot of times I'll just be experimenting and noodling with something else and be like, oh, that makes an interesting texture and shape. Maybe someone will like it. And so I like getting to do that. I'd like to do some more of it, but I'm a little slow at it.
Let me ask a question that maybe is you don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable with it, but do you make money from that?
Yeah, I mean it's passive income, so it's like I probably would make more money if I marketed it better. That is one thing I have to admit. I'm very introverted, so a lot of times tooting my own horn is not always like the easiest. So
I just wonder, because
but
so many people that have made brushes, is it a flooded market and you're less likely to, you know, it depends on when you got into it. And it sounds to me like you got into it earlier versus.
Well, no, I mean, I think it is both a fairly saturated market, but also I think if you can kind of like show strong proof of concept of like what they can do, and if they scratch a slightly different itch than what other people provide, then I think it works out okay. But you know, it's like there's so many people doing like watercolor brush sets and that sort of thing. It's like I don't think I would feel comfortable making something like that because it's a lot of like I don't know. I think there's just like a lot of manipulation you have to do to like get it to flow the right way, and I'm never totally satisfied with that either. So, um, but like I did some charcoal brushes, and like that was really fun and satisfying to play with, and like people seem to like them a lot. And the ones that I put out earlier this year were kind of like, again, like me riffing, trying to find like the perfect brush and ink kind of feel, kind of failing at it, but making some interesting, like very dynamic brushes that I was like, okay, well, these might be fun for somebody. But you know, it's not like it's a huge amount, but I think I want to say like I sold like 200 of one set and like 100 and so on of another set. So it's like it's not nothing. It's a nice like side thing. I feel like that's another thing I'm trying to like thread the needle of with my own work is like how much is it requiring client work outside of kidlit, like how you were saying about trying to balance between the commercial and
Yeah.
kidlit.
Yeah.
Like are there spaces that I can produce my own things or offer services or things like that that can kind of make money and also help me kind of broaden what I can provide.
I mean, it's definitely the idea of brush making like that. I am not adept at that at all. I am going to, and I've already got the brushes that I tend to gravitate towards, but that is something that I like have never had the skill
Hmm.
nor the patience to deal with.
I mean, honestly, you're probably better for it.
I just feel like,
I like doing it, but also, I mean, again, similarly to my traditional media, I have a hard, I mean, if anything, I feel like I need to like learn how to pare down and be like really simple with what I'm using.
yeah,
Either just like working with one or two tools or like make it very clear of like what I'm trying to get to because it can go off the rails and you know I can use 20 brushes in like a piece and I'm like this is just crazy. It's too much.
it's one of those things where like, yeah, I've chosen the ones I think are going to work for me, but
Mhm.
then also, I've tried to make a brush, and when I tried it, there's too many bells and whistles. There's too many like
Yeah,
sliders. I don't know.
it's not the most intuitive, I will admit.
Yeah,
I know most, well, I won't say I know most, but I know a fair amount of like the engine for it, but it's still like I think of like Kyle T. Webster doing all those ones for Photoshop, and I know he's working with them now, and I'm like his level of like really diving into it and mine are like night and day. Like
yeah,
I dabble and I come up with some interesting things, but I still like there will be times where I try to like remake a brush from scratch to figure out how to like how it worked and it doesn't come out the same way and I'm like I don't understand why that didn't work, but it
yeah.
didn't.
That's my
I've
problem.
heard that they're supposed to be like overhauling
Yeah,
that soon, so
I don't
maybe it'll be
I
easier.
don't
But
understand the core of what it's doing,
yeah,
and therefore I like anytime I try it, it's just a crapshoot.
yeah, and also like there are people using like Procreate and using the base brushes and everything, and they do stunning work with it. So it's not that you need to do that. It's just that my brain gets very like I can tell when something's digital, and it always pings something off in my brain. So I'm always trying to like find something that mimics the traditional media that I like. Like I'm trying to figure out how to do things in more of like a softer kind of dry media kind of feel right now, and it's like it's not working because I'm like colored pencil overlays in this way. Why can't I do it
So
digitally?
let me ask you a question because this is a challenging sort of topic in my mind. Uh,
Mhm.
um, and okay, I'm going to give a little bit of background to this.
Okay.
Uh, I was on here at one point, and then someone, I think, in the comments or a student or somebody said, "Well, I know you don't like digital stuff,"
Mhm.
and I was taken aback by it. I felt affronted by this check of my authority. No, I think. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Sorry.
Bless you.
But I think that it's not that I have a problem with digital work. It's I like the mystery of how it's made, and
Mhm.
I think if it reads too digital, unless it's like Illustrator and you're like trying to do Illustrator, like at that point, I don't care. It's meant to be that way. but I want to get lost in the idea, not the material,
Mm.
in a lot of things, and that's including sort of paint and other things. And I think part of the challenge for me in general, like I said this today in the evals, that I've seen behind the curtain enough
Mm-hmm.
that it's really hard to show me something that is new or that
Mm.
some sense of how it was done. Um,
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm an expert on everything. I'm just saying, I've seen quite a few things in my day.
Yeah. No,
Um,
that's fair. I mean, I know, like, because that is always the interesting thing with me, also, like, exploring Procreate as a program. It's like I can tell when when someone's using Procreate, because a lot of times there is kind of not necessarily a house style, but there's an approach that
mhm.
is kind of predictable, and so that can be challenging. And then there's some people who can use it in a really interesting way, or conversely, like there are some people who just work with like a fine line and flat colors, and they just do stunning work no matter if it's traditional or digital. So I don't know. It's always interesting to kind of see. It's like, okay, where's the novelty coming in versus like getting lost in the story, like you're
Well,
saying, you know?
that's the question I was going to have for you, is sort of, yeah, like, is, because when you create brushes and stuff like that, the idea of, like, some people say, like, to mimic traditional, but I
Hmm.
don't know if in my mindset that's actually what's happening, or if it's actually a trying to lose, like, is it trying to mimic traditional, or is it trying to lose digital? And
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
maybe
But
different arguments,
I
or
mean, I guess it's kind of doing both, but yeah, I agree with you. Like the mimicking of traditional, a lot of times it's like you're still having to do a lot of things to do that. Like I've always been interested seeing like how other people work trying to do like digital watercolors, and a lot of times they need like a background texture to make it look like paper, otherwise it just doesn't really read right. And it's okay, that's not invalid or anything like that, but it is interesting to see. It's like you need to keep layering all these artificial things to make it feel traditional in that way. And honestly, like I like digital for the fact that it can do certain things that traditional can't do, or it's like things that wouldn't layer naturally with mixed media. I might come up with a new interesting result. So I'd rather it just be whatever I want it, what I can find in it. I think that's why, like, when I do work with traditional and digital together, it's like I like seeing how I can transform it, and I don't necessarily know how it's going to turn out until I start, moving things around and playing with it.
yeah.
So it becomes more of like a medium I can sculpt with in a way, you know?
Well, that's my agent Jen has a thing on her site on AVLA that says,
Mhm.
like, does not like, or it says doesn't like digital to look digital.
Yeah.
I get what she's saying, but I also think, like, there's a I guess I have, it's a matter of, like, the wordsmithing
Mhm.
of it in my mind.
Well, also it's like her tradition or her definition of like something feeling digital. Like it's a similar thing to that I've had when I've asked people like literary versus commercial for work. Like everyone seems to have a slightly different definition of what those words mean, but like it gets kind of used back and forth as like, oh, I like really literary stories versus really commercial ones. And so um
Yeah.
digital work that looks digital, is it that it feels slick? Is it that like you can
Yeah.
recognize certain brush strokes in it? Like,
What is
is it that the colors overlap in a certain way,
Yeah, it becomes, what is the person's personal or subjective definition that they're going by for that?
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
I realize now I'm making, I don't know if you've seen these, but I'm making tough guys, I guess. The duck, bear, and a
Nice.
wolf. Um, this is
Oh.
we don't know. They're bouncers, or they're gym guys. They're gonna have tattoos and stuff. I think that's what's gonna happen. But
Those are so good.
their texture. That's what I want. I'm playing with texture tonight. Okay, so hold on. I'm cleaning up a bit of mess here. I'm not fighting against it for the rest of the night. There we go. Okay, now talk to me a little bit about hopes and dreams. What's like? where do you want to be 10 years out?
Oh, 10 years out. I hope still illustrating. I think I will be, but also it's just like, I mean, I'll be honest, this year has been a rough one, so it's like trying to navigate it every year is tricky. But I would hope that I will be putting weird stories out into the world. Um, I'm hoping to like get back into doing more animation collaborations with my buddy and kind of seeing how my work kind of translates versus like page turns versus in motion. Um, I
Wait,
don't
wait, wait.
know. It's like, hmm?
Your buddy?
Oh, so my friend P Murphy is my animation
Oh, okay.
collaborator. So it's like I want to collaborate more with him and come up with some stuff.
You just
I
threw
don't know.
that
It's
out
like
there like
when
we
I
all
was
know.
younger, it's like, huh?
So you threw that out there like we all just know who your
Oh no,
buddy.
I was just
Yeah,
I mentioned it
yeah,
earlier, so
yeah.
I just I forgot.
I think you mentioned the animator, but not the like
That might be,
your
yeah.
buddies.
Yeah.
Um, your best
But
friends, BFFs. Is that right?
I mean, I've known him since I was like 19, so yeah, it's a very long ongoing friendship. So.
Okay. Sorry, I cut you.
But
What were you saying?
no, it's okay. No, it's a interesting question because it's like I think when I was younger, I used to be like, oh, I want to do everything, and now I'm like, I don't know exactly what I want to do next, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think it's mostly just like feeling confident enough to like have my own stories take up space because I think a lot of times I would kind of defer to like what other people had as like story ideas or project ideas or whatnot. And I like working with other people, but I think a lot of times I'd be like, oh, well, my stories are less important in that way. So getting past that, I think would be great.
If if you weren't doing artwork, what would you be doing?
Hmm. I feel like it probably would be, I don't know, like something, honestly, like probably doing some kind of production labor, I think.
Wait. What do you mean by production labor?
Well, no, I like being able to do like physical things that like are a little mindless. Like I always love like picking berries and fruit and stuff like that. So I have a feeling I probably would be very happy just like untangling knots and dealing with like things that I don't have to think too hard about and then like brainstorm other things. Not very exciting. I'm just like I don't know.
No, but
This is the only job I've had besides teaching,
yeah,
so it's hard
like
for me to imagine like what else would I be?
I like the job untangling knots though.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
there's
yeah,
maybe that's a job out there somewhere. It's
yeah.
not one that I
Maybe I'll be like a forest ranger or something
like.
like that.
Just the person who untangles knots. I like the thing there. So tell me a little bit about the teaching because I've um
Yeah,
was it because this is out in Portland, right?
yeah. Pacific Northwest
Yeah.
College of Art, which they've now merged with Willamette University. But yeah, it's a smaller art college in Portland. I taught there. I can't remember how many years now because there was a gap in between, but it was like 6 or 7 years. So I kind of stumbled into it not fully knowing, like I hadn't gone to like grad school or anything like
Yeah.
that. So I got the job more based on professional practice. So learning how to teach was definitely a fun, interesting challenge. But I kind of did a little bit of everything. Like I started out with like more of an intro illustration class, and then kind of more like a class called Visual Techniques that was mixing traditional and digital media across a whole semester. So teaching students how to collage and play with like ink and found objects and black and white media, color media, and then digital. So I did that for a couple years. I would mentor for the senior students in their thesis projects, as well as developed my own like product design class where students would pitch a concept and then develop like a body of work around it for a certain audience.
And was it fun?
Yeah, no, I mean, I liked teaching a lot. I will say, like, the part I liked the most was working one on one with people. I'm a shy person by default, and so like I learned a lot in doing it, just like learning how to like, deliver coursework
Yeah,
to a whole class and
content. Yeah,
yeah, lots of content and just like, meeting students of different skill levels and um, inspiration points and that sort of thing. So I really enjoyed getting to like learn kind of a diverse body of or a diverse student body and like kind of help them figure out like what they actually wanted to do with illustration, um, because especially like at that young age it's like they don't always know like why illustration is interesting to them anyway, but helping them kind of like tease that out and kind of develop their work was really fun.
yeah. They don't
I
know.
won't say I loved academia, but like I liked working with the students for sure.
Uh, no, yeah. Uh, After all the meetings I've been in this semester and all the stuff I've had to deal with, I don't disagree with not always liking academia. Uh, don't,
I mean, I'm sure it can be great, but it's just like that, and adjuncting is just
yeah,
it's a lot of work, and yeah, after a while, I think I personally stopped just because I struggled with like the ethics of like how expensive art school is, and feeling like I couldn't deliver all that I wanted for them. Um,
make,
so I kind of pivoted off to mentoring myself.
that's definitely a challenge across the board for
Mhm.
all of the folks that are in um, higher ed at this point. Is
Yeah.
sort of what is the value? What is the value and return on investment? Uh,
Hmm.
it's not always an easy uh, thing to parse
Yeah.
without.
And it's tough because it's like, I mean, there were definitely students where I knew they needed a little bit more time to cook to figure out like what they wanted to do. And it's like, I know how much money they're spending. So it's just, you want to meet them where they're at and do the best for them. But also like sometimes they're not ready yet to like really tackle the work that they're going to be able to do, but it might take a little more time.
Is there is there ever a potential that you would teach in some sort of different setting?
Possibly. I mean, I had been looking into doing like some travel workshops and things like that. I would love to get like I used to do, or like had done a workshop with Light Gray Art Lab when they were still a thing in Minneapolis, and that was really fun. So, like getting to teach outside of like private college would be really fun. And I haven't done it since it just for family reasons, but I had done like a mentorship program in 2021 that I'd like to get back to. That was really fun, like working with, you know, illustrators of all sorts of at all points in their careers. So people who were, recent grads or had been working for 5 or 6 years or however long, and just helping them kind of like crack the nut of like where do they want to be and why haven't they been able to get there, and like how can they kind of challenge themselves to do the work that they're really excited to do. So
Tell me,
that's probably where I would go.
are you at a point where you're going out and doing lots of school visits and that kind of stuff, or are you?
No, I actually haven't gotten to do that yet. I mean, I know. I'm very slow at all this stuff. Like I only got to do like my first story time event this year, and I only have like done like a window display for my book and like did a signing this year. So it's like I very much don't know what I'm doing for
I mean, I've never
that.
done the window display thing, but I also all the bookstores that are near me that would be um, even relevant are so small. I
Mhm.
don't think they have windows to, to play with this
I don't know. You can still pitch
thing.
it. The bookstore I did it with is tiny, but like they liked the idea. I had made the little paper mache truck for the Goodnight Garage, and I was like, "Do you want to put this in your window? I'll make it pretty." And they were like, "Okay." So
Uh,
it was a fun challenge.
how, was it a big window?
Um, not huge, but it's probably like I'm bad at like estimating that way, but I would say it's probably like 8 foot by like 6 foot or something. So not tiny, but not huge either.
No, but you're scaling up to a range that is challenging. And the reason why I was asking is just that idea of like I've done murals, and murals are not
Mhm.
an easy task. There's a whole different
Yeah,
mind
same.
with them. And
Yeah, I got to illustrate for a mural that I'm so thankful I didn't have to actually paint because it was like 60 foot by 80 foot. I was like, there's no way that's gonna happen.
what did you do then if you didn't have to?
um, so I had to make a digital mock-up because it was with this company called Colossal that they do hand painted murals for advertising. And they just had like a whole wall of a building in Portland. I illustrated for Thomas Breads, like their English muffins. So I had to basically make a mock-up of it that was like I think it was like a 1 square inch to 1 foot, so it was like 60 inches by 80 inches large, and then they printed it off and then kind of gridded it to translate it. But I did a lot of things with like dry brush, and I was amazed. I went there and I was like, how did you mimic it? I don't even know. Like things that wound up being like 2 feet high. I was like, I don't even know how you would get that so spot on, but you did it.
Yeah. So someone else like applied it, but it was your.
Yeah, but I designed it, so.
Gotcha. That's what I was
But
trying to figure out.
I've painted smaller murals than that, but like that one, I'm so glad I didn't have to do.
They're taxing, and that's what I was asking about the window
Yeah.
size. It's just like there's a certain threshold where it's like you can do it in a day, and then there's other ones where it's you're going to be sitting days trying to figure out how
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah. I mean, the one I did was relatively like I think I spent like 4 hours on it, and it was a lot of like cut paper and like glass marker plus like kind of making a little like paper cut road. So it was like relatively simple in comparison, but you could definitely make a big undertaking that way.
Now, because you were coming from a printmaking background or etc. Is there gallery stuff that you're doing too, or is it?
I haven't done gallery stuff too much over the last couple of years. Like I've done a couple of group shows here and there, but it's something that I used to do more, and I do like doing it, but I haven't like made those relationships quite as much as maybe I should have.
Yeah, it's just one of like a lot of illustrators, in my opinion, discount the idea of like kidlit people are like, I don't know how my work would fit.
Mhm.
And then there are galleries out there that are in need of things that are different. I mean, if you go look at like we went to a show that was a Oliver Jeffers show
Mhm.
at some point, I don't know, a couple of years ago or something of the sort, and he was selling his paintings for $30K. Of
Mhm.
course, this is Oliver Jeffers, so it's
Yeah.
but his kidlit. I mean, the people know about him because of his kidlit,
Mhm.
right? And so like that shows up, and all of a sudden, he has this big vested interest from a crowd.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I guess partially it depends on like how much the work like dovetails with the kidlit work, or is it like allowing you to explore other things that you don't get to do with the kidlit work too? Because I do think about that sometimes, and it's like I would like to be able to build a body of work that way, but sometimes I am a little worried as like maybe it's too like not necessarily too cute, but it's like does it like feel too simple for a gallery show or something, you know?
yeah, no,
But then
I
there's lots of work that does exist in that space, so it's like I think it's easy for me to be like I'm not sure if I fit.
I have a gallery that I work with quite often that allows me to do sort of silly and interesting artwork that is independent of
Mhm.
my kidlit stuff, and it is a lovely, like, I get to play.
That's cool.
That's it. And I know there's probably people that collect the stuff that have no idea that I even do picture books,
Hmm.
which is kind of fun in my mind that like the lack of knowledge. I mean, maybe they do. I don't know, but I know there are people that started collecting my work before I got into kidlit,
Yeah.
and it is distinctly different work in my mind.
Hmm.
Um, it's one of those things where like I'm always fascinated that people, I don't want to say completely discredit, but they haven't really given it thought, even though I think their work is lovely, and I'm sure there's collectors out there would love to get their hands on a lot of it.
Hmm.
if now since you're down in Providence, do you get up to Boston or down to New York often?
Um, I've gone to New York a couple times, and Boston. I haven't honestly gone. I meant to go earlier this year, and just like it's easy enough, but I keep putting it off. I wind up going back to visit family in Connecticut like monthly, so then I'm like, well, that's the time. That's the time I'm going on the train. So, but I want to go over there more, because I'm a big fan of like museums and stuff like that. Getting to explore cities is always
Wait, are
good.
you carless?
Yeah, I'm Carlos. I know.
Whoa.
I will say that's another thing, like you were saying about like getting something wrong, like with the sidewalks. It was very fun with the Goodnight Garage, realizing it's like, oh, I don't really know how to draw what side of the road this vehicle should be on. Is it right? Who
I
knows?
don't even know, how to draw it. That's crazy talk. Like, you don't. I mean, okay, wait.
I just don't have to think about it. So it's like,
Okay,
all right.
I'm gonna quiz you real quick,
Uh-oh.
and I need an answer in 2 seconds max.
Okay.
What side of
Okay.
the road do you drive on?
Oh, I don't know.
Time up.
Right side?
Yeah,
Maybe. Okay.
you got
It was a 50-50 question or answer.
that should not be that tough.
No, it shouldn't be. I watch a lot of British media too. You'd think I would know.
Well, then they'd be
That's just
wrong.
it's not something that can. No, I know, but at least I would know that was the wrong way, and
Oh,
then could
yeah, you could parse it
circle
out.
back.
Um, Now, do you? Well, wait. How do? Because probably
Mhm.
not small, but it's
No.
also not huge of any sort. So that means you take the bus everywhere for like groceries?
Uh, yeah. I mean, I walk a lot, so that's part of it.
I know
But yeah, it's mass transit and walking.
this is the most riveting part of the show where I'm asking you to public transit. Uh, but it's like, to me, because I mean, one, I live up in New Hampshire, so it's and I work, an hour plus
Yeah.
away from where I live, and so I
Right.
drive all the time, and like I just can't
Yeah.
fathom.
No, I'm not like condoning the fact that I don't drive. I was able to get away with it for a long time in Portland, because when I lived in Phoenix, it was like I absolutely needed to have a car to drive, but I didn't want to, so I just did. And so that was me like stupidly thinking like, oh yeah, I can walk, and every block is a mile long, and then I'd pass out. So you'd think I would learn to drive, and I will, but I just haven't really wanted to. So I've gotten away with living in cities where I can kind of work around it.
Well, wait a second. That's a whole nother question then. Uh,
Okay.
you, you don't know how to drive?
Well, it's not that I don't know how to drive. I learned how to drive, and then, I mean, basically, my dad had diabetes. He got sick, and like around the time that I was supposed to learn, he was in surgery and that sort of thing.
Oh,
So I didn't fully learn at that point. And then I went and tried to take the test a few times, failed it, and then got discouraged. And then Joseph was like, that's not a thing for me now. But I can't get away with that forever. So that will be a goal for early 2025, is relearn how to drive and then get a license and drive.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of people that don't know how to drive. It's that's the like.
It's not convenient.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
like that means that you can't go get a rental car and get around it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You do you. You do you. I was gonna say you could drive up this.
You're judging my life choices at
I
this
know.
point.
Okay. So this is the part of where I judge. Okay. Yeah. Let's
Go
talk.
ahead. Go ahead. Tell me
Let's talk.
apart.
What kind of shoes you wearing? What kind of shoes you wearing?
Nothing right now.
Oh, so you don't think shoes are important?
No. That's small-minded.
Get into the tough guy questions here. You better than me? Is there?
You did warn me you'd be loopy, so that's fair.
Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. That's not the color I want. Shoot, what was I gonna ask? There was something I was gonna ask that was important. I mean, it wasn't super important, but it was.
It was pressing.
It was riv. Okay. It was another public transportation question.
Okay.
No,
I love a train, so if that helps.
Yeah, do you know how to drive a train? Is that
No, but that would be cool. But I love train travel, so
what
I will happily do that anytime I can.
did you when you were little? Did you take that like? I don't know if they still do these, but we had this thing in Minnesota that you would take this little word. I don't even know if it was computerized or not because computers weren't really a thing
Mhm.
at the time, or not to the capacity that they are now.
Right.
Um, and it was a like job, like what would be a good job for you?
Oh, oh yeah. I never got to take that, but I was always very curious.
Okay, that I was gonna ask like, did you take that, and if so, what'd you get? Um, I got a farmer. Now, keep in mind this was also in a time where probably it was. Uh, uh, I don't know your age, so I'm not. Uh, but this was a time where computers had just like the first computer you had one or two in a school
Yeah.
situation, and
I'm not that far
okay,
behind you, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
okay, so yeah, so you're like 20 then, somewhere in there, yeah, because I'm 25.
There
Uh,
you
yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, the gray hair is I just grayed early. That's all. Uh,
go.
but the computer system probably only had like three options for jobs in it because it couldn't
Mhm.
think on that. And so like in Minnesota, it was either like a farmer or a businessman.
Right.
I was like, those are your options. And so like it probably wasn't fair in some sense to use that as a for kids to understand like this is a job that would make sense for me. Um,
Well, when you got farmer, were you like, yeah, or you're like, oh, that's an insult?
I think at the time I thought it was an insult, but admittedly now I'm like farmers are kind of cool.
Yeah.
And I mean there was a point where we were seriously, or at least I don't know if my wife was, but seriously considering like could we get a goat farm to retire. uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know Now I'm like I physically I don't think I'm up for it because it does take a ton of work and there's cost.
Yeah, I was gonna say I love the idea of it, but I know it's like that becomes your whole thing.
Yeah,
It's like you can't just like half-ass.
I know. It's basically like I don't know if I want to haul giant frozen buckets of water around in the winter to make sure that the goats are getting their water and
Yeah,
it,
but they're so cute though.
yeah, they are. Um, but like I look at that and then I go, okay, so maybe being a farmer wasn't that far off. Like I have
Mhm.
a interest in it and but it's not my cup of tea now.
Yeah,
I've aged out. I've aged.
it's true. Farming is a young man's game.
Yeah. I don't want to be one of those like old men who are all like withered and uh I mean I want to be an old man, but I don't want to be an old man because I have worked myself to the bone.
Yeah,
I just want
that's
to be
fair.
I just want to be a cool old man. I will admit I really want those like farmer's eyes. I know that's a weird
Farmer's eyes.
that's a weird what I mean by that is the idea of
Is it like the weathering of like
yeah, like the
you've seen some
the
stuff?
feet.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the wrinkles of they've been out in the
Yeah,
field
you
for
want
so long.
that full patina of skin that's like
Yeah,
leathery.
I would like that, but I'm not. Again, I'm also not that person uh, to to get something like that. I wouldn't get a patina. I would get a burn that would peel on a regular basis. Um,
Yeah, that's me as well. I can
what's
relate.
what's what's the okay? So I have said what my like. Uh, I want to be an old man. I want that weathered grizzly. I mean, I don't know if you saw the beginning of this, but I'm growing out the mustache to get more walrusy. At this point, like that is a goal.
The Teddy
Yeah,
Roosevelt.
yeah. I'm at the point where like I can't drink something without like having a good portion of it stay in my mustache. Uh,
It's for safekeeping, you know?
yeah. Uh, and so, but there's this like persona that I really want. I do want to be. Even when I was in college, I wanted to be an old man who would like sit on the porch and tell stories to like
Yeah,
young
I can see that for you.
and like it's I've always had a fascination with old people
Hmm.
that or like the mystique of old people. Let's put it that way. Now, do I go out and seek them out? No. It's gross, and I don't want to be around. Um, but,
The truth
yeah,
comes
yeah,
out.
they're disgusting. I don't, yuck, yuck. They stay in the house. I don't want to see them around. Um, is there like a persona that you would like to take on in some sense like that? Like, if you could get away with it, what would you want to
Uh,
be?
I think probably just like to feel, I guess, like more like effortless in that way. Like I think it takes me a while to like get started and feel confident, like in around other people and just like talking about my work and that sort of thing. And I would prefer to just like kind of feel content enough that like I don't need to like feel like I have to put on airs or feel um like I have to defend the work I'm doing or whatnot. I would also like to be strong and tough if I could be.
You know,
So that would be great.
was
Freelancing has not given me much more than like tiny T-Rex arms, so I'm trying to be a little stronger and work on my physical strength that way.
I mean, I will straight up admit that the idea of being an artist, we have this like frailty that comes into play quite often.
Yeah.
That we
I still, this is not like a thing that I should be like laughing about, but working on Send a Girl was both physically and like emotionally very taxing for me. And like there was one point I threw my back out trying to get the final artwork done. I was just like on the floor, like emailing my editor and my agent, like crying, like, oh my God, I've broken myself for this dumb book. I'm like, that maybe this isn't the way.
um I need your help real quick.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
need tattoo ideas.
Okay. Let's see. Well, we don't need just like mother because that's been done.
No, I mean, like I
Um,
put an anchor and a knife and a skull and a snake, but now I need like things that would be appropriate for like I don't want like I mean I guess I could do like a little hula girl or something like that. Like I'm trying to think of like
I
iconography. Fun.
yeah. Well, if I mean like obviously like a pinup girl is very like classic that way. You could do like cherubs or eagles, like go for like the old school
Yeah,
uh
like
traditional sort of
Sailor
thing that way.
Jerry.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the idea of an eagle. I'll
Spider
do.
webs.
Ooh, spider webs is a good one. I like that. I'll do an eagle here.
Plus, I feel like a lot of times there's like things with like swirling ribbons or something like that, where it's like you really have to like that. And with the snakes is just trying to figure out like how to make it like wrap around a bicep or something like that.
Yeah, I want this character to have some like I have to figure out how to do that. There's eagle feet. Sure, eagle feet. What are those called? Talons.
Talons. Yeah.
Eagle feet. It's like this is the point where I forget what they have on them. Um, yeah, spider webs. Spider webs, good. Uh, maybe I'll do a spider web here. Yeah, I'll do a spider web here. Um, wait. Uh-oh. That leads to a question. Do you have tattoos?
I don't know.
Did you are you someone that ever wanted tattoos?
I did. I think I had a Catholic school upbringing and a mother who basically told me I was like dead meat if I tried, so I never did. And then I flitted with the idea of it. My sister passed away a couple of years ago, and so I debated doing something to commemorate her, but I never got around to it at this point. So
I think I crossed the threshold where tattoos made sense. Um,
it's hard
and
too because it's like I don't I. It's one thing like especially if I designed it myself, I'd always be like, oh, I could have drawn that
yeah,
better or something like that. If it's someone else's work, I think it probably I would have gotten it more, but I just was like very indecisive. So
I if I went with the tattoo, like when I was in high school, I was like, oh, I'll get a tattoo. I'll get all these piercings and tattoos, and I'm so glad I didn't, um,
mhm.
because it is so not me at this point. But I also remember like designing some tattoos, thinking like this would be a cool tattoo, and now I would like be so embarrassed of what I thought was cool at the time. And,
Mhm.
like I remember, like one of them was this like lizard design. And, like I have no relationship to lizards. I don't care about lizards. That's not who I am. Like I don't think I've ever been a lizard person. And yet at the time,
You're not a
like
lizard person?
what makes a cool tattoo is a lizard. Uh, and so it was just like high school me going like, this is a cool design, and not really understanding that like it's a cool design for someone else.
Yeah, totally.
Um, I'm gonna put ooh wait yeah I'm gonna do. He's gonna have tattoos on his hands. His knuckles, and it's gonna love on one and hugs on the other.
How cute.
Um, I also
So I suspect that I probably will have to like bounce out at like 11:30 if that's okay.
yeah totally fine.
Cool,
You've made it through the tough part where I asked you all
cool.
the tough. Well, wait, not all of them. Okay,
Tattoos.
hold
Uh-oh.
on. Hold on. If
That's the
you
boss level.
if you had to murder someone, no. I asked that question to someone at school the other day, and people looked at me like, "What are you talking about? Why would you ask that question?" I was just trying to ask silly questions. Okay, here's.
This makes me think like your icebreakers during the first week of school are very interesting.
Do you know that if you suffocate someone, that they're this has turned really weird. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what's happening.
No, it's okay. I think I bring the weirdness out of other people, so I welcome it.
I'm blaming you. Yeah, yeah. This has nothing to do with me.
Nope.
This all your is there hold on a second, I'm trying to figure out if I can do this. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give this guy a belt that's gonna have spikes on it. These are gonna.
I was hoping like the wrestling belt.
Yeah, tough guy things. Well, one of them will have, I think the other guy, the wolf here will have like a weightlifter's belt.
There you go.
So it's all tough animals. Although a duck doesn't make any sense, but sure.
I don't know. I love the idea of a buff duck.
Yeah. Buff Duck, that's his name. Buff Duck. Shoot, what was I gonna ask? Oh, I was gonna ask you a weird question. Okay, here's a question for the night, and I know this is when I first asked this question in class at one point ages ago, I was really surprised at how polarizing it was.
Mm-hmm.
Bedtime. You're getting in bed. Socks on or off?
I guess it would have to be off for me, but that's just also because I'm running warmer than I used to. It depends though. It's like if it's wintertime, then I get very freezing, so it might be on for a bit and then off once I can't bear it anymore.
But it's not like it always has to be off or it always has to be on for you.
No, I'm pretty flexible that way.
I asked the question, like, yeah, it's summertime. I'm like, yeah, I don't need socks. It's hot. But I asked that question to students at one point, and there were students who were so angry that people would consider wearing socks at any point in the year when they go to bed.
I wonder if it has to do with because there's a thing with some people where like indoor clothes versus outdoor clothes, like the idea of getting in your bed with clothes that you've worn outside in the world is like horrible idea to them, and that doesn't bother me as much. So I don't know if it would be something like that, because I guess the idea that you've been sweating in them and then going to bed with them, maybe, I don't know.
Well, now I'm not going to wear socks tonight.
What a rule breaker you are.
I got sweaty socks. No, it's one of those things where I just like I did not realize that people had an issue with it. Like,
I don't know. People have opinions about all sorts of things you wouldn't expect. It doesn't surprise me, but it is fascinating.
Okay, give me. I was gonna joke.
Oh no! Don't ask me on the fly for something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to figure that out off the jump.
I think dogs are stupid and they shouldn't be around it.
I think dogs should be allowed to vote. That's all.
Yeah. Oh yeah, who would your dog vote for?
Oh, I don't want to say because I'm like, I hope he would vote the right way.
Yeah, you would vote for like the so anybody that's like a butcher or uh
Anyone who would give him some love, some cheese, or some bacon. That's
yeah.
basically it.
I was trying to think if there's like a mascot for like the Pringles man, but for like, but I don't think there's a meat mascot.
Yeah, I was
Nor do I.
thinking just basically the anthropomorphic pigs and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't want to see a meat mascot if there is one. That's
Yeah,
lane.
you can't unsee that. So
There's probably like at some like the You Got Milk or like there's that campaign
there's
for
some failed ads.
yeah
Yeah.
probably some like mascot that they tried at some point that
Mhm.
was like or a big slice of beef that's out there telling you that you gotta play it cool, kids. You gotta I don't know where we're going with this. Yeah, this is the I'm tired moment. Start talking about meat mascots. This is my wife gonna put that in the notes now, and it's gonna look very
Yeah, meat mascots.
meat mascots.
I know what I'm drawing tomorrow then.
There's got to be a cute one at some point, right? Like you could draw. I'm trying to think of like if I.
I'm sure I could. Yeah, I don't know. It's like there's just an implication of it that might be a little worrisome.
I'm wondering like a T-bone steak.
Oh, that just makes me think of like the mascot. I've seen like dentist's office where it's like the mascot's a tooth, but it has teeth.
Ugh.
It's just very disturbing.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No, thought that one through. It's I mean, I worked on books that have a lot of anthropomorphized or personified, inanimate objects.
Yeah.
The problem is once you get into that world, there's what rules do you play by? What can I have? Like what's alive and what's not alive? Yeah, like what do they eat? If you have food sitting around, do they eat something? And then is that cannibalism? And
I kind of just want to like be a fly on the wall while you're puzzling that.
In my brain?
Yeah.
These are. I'm not saying that I'm smart.
I'm just assuming you have some dark nights of the soul while you're trying to figure this out.
I have. I have some explaining to do. Are you? How late do you normally stay up?
Probably till like 1 or so, but I'm usually like kind of chilling out or playing games at that point. So
I'm not saying you got to stay here until 1, but more so, I'm just wondering, like, do you get to a point like the funniest moments in my life? I think are when my wife and I are like way past overdue to go to sleep, and we are sitting up and we're talking nonsense. Making up weird accents, and like we used to have this turtle stuffed animal, and he would call my wife Miss Lauren, and he was reason, and Mr. Tatel was his name, and like we would go off for like an hour way past our bedtime just talking like we were a French turtle, but it's also very, very fun. Do you get punchy or are you like...
I do get punchy. I don't think I've gotten French turtle punchy.
You haven't lived.
I know.
Lived until you get...
Whole worlds that are opening up tonight.
French turtle punchy sounds like some sort of weird band.
Well, either that or like a cocktail or something like that.
Oh, have you tried the French turtle punch?
It's very good. It's bracing.
Yeah. It'll keep you up all night. That's Don't laugh at that.
Nah, I'm an easy laugher.
This is a bad pun. I'm trying to think of okay, if you're an easy laugher, okay. I know, like you said, you got to go at about 11:30, and here I am trying to like figure out like a really funny joke, see if I can get you to laugh. Here's
I'm always willing to come back for another one too.
Here's the new joke that I really, really love. Oh wait, are we? I see the Wheel of Death on there, but I think we're still on my iPad. Oh, it caught up. Oh. Okay, ready? Here's the joke for you. I know this is going to be hard to hear, but
What's that?
Did you get it?
No. Try again.
Okay, I know this is going to be hard to hear.
Nah.
You don't get the joke?
I mean, I think I do. I guess I'm not that easy of a laugher.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna tell you a joke. Hold on a second, and then we'll end on. We'll let you go if I can get this one out.
Okay.
It's a joke that I wrote ages ago. Let's see if I can get it here. Let's see. Assuming it's on this, it's way back in some notes. So give me a second. Oh man, this is gonna be like in 2021. It's gonna be that far back.
Some vintage.
It's a good one though. I absolutely love it, and I tell it to people sometimes, and they get very angry at me when I tell them it. Hold on. Let's see. You gotta give me a second here. Stop bothering me. Stop trying to tell me I have to get it out faster. Hold on. No, it's not 2018, 2019. Oh man.
Did it disappear?
I'm building it up. No, I'm building it up too much now. Oh, here it is. Okay. One day at a local pub, Larry and Stuart were having a couple of beers after a long day at the auto factory. They got to talking about odd things in town, and Stuart put his glass down and leans into Larry and says, "Hey, I got a mystery for you." Stuart sipped the last of his beer and said, "Do tell." "Well, you know my friend Hector?" Larry asked. "Well, he just started a new job down at Garrison's meat processing facility." "That's not mysterious," quipped Stuart. "Well, here's the thing. Hector saw something really odd after working there for a few days. He noticed that when they slice and package up everything they use, every bit except for the lower legs and feet." "Why?" Stuart questioned. "That's the thing. He's not real sure. They cart them off into another part of the facility for processing that's behind closed doors." Stuart looked around the bar and thought for a second. "That is a bit weird." Larry nodded to his head and stated, "I know, right? Does he know what they're making with it?" Larry leaned in and said, "Hector's not sure, but he thinks it's probably hot dogs." "What?" "I mean, it makes sense. They make hot dogs out of all the extra bits, right?" Stuart chuckled. True. Just then, out of the dark corner of the bar came a loud cough, like someone was clearing their throat for attention. Stuart and Larry both turned to see an old man sitting alone in the corner, still wearing his apron emblazoned with the logo for Garrison's meatpacking facility. They ignored him and both agreed that Hector might have solved the mystery, that it was hot dogs. But then the cough rang out again. This time the old man leaned into the light and grumbled, "That's not true." "Sure thing, old man," Larry waved away the suggestion. "It's not true. Don't believe what you heard," he bellowed back. Now the whole bar turned to the old man, confused at what got him so upset. The old man took a big swig of his whiskey, stood up and looked Stuart and Larry in the eyes and quietly said under his breath, "We all know that's baloney."
Well played.
I was super proud when I wrote that joke. It's neat, so it's baloney. Oh God! And it's so long and arduous to get to that dumb joke. There's that type of joke, and I forget what it's called, but it's I feel like it's the cat's tail, or it's some name like that. That's like you go through this big long epic thing just to get to a stupid pun at the end. Okay, that's my joke for the night. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You try to tell it to all your friends from here on.
It's gonna be like a weird game of telephone though, because you'll forget bits and pieces of it and tell it a different way. Aliens will be involved.
I see someone, Teacher Mary got a laughing emoji, which I assume is because it's the biggest joke they've ever heard, and so that's, I'm proud of that one. Do you have any jokes before you part ways here, because we're hitting that 11:30?
Oh no, I have to admit I'm not that kind of person crafting jokes, but I feel like if anything, it's just I like to riff more.
You like to be spontaneous. And
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Uh,
Just not a skill that I have myself, but
well, I'm not saying the jokes that I write are good, but
I appreciate that you're doing them. I mean, I won't say that I have a joke, but I will say in a similar fashion, the phrase "lonely baloney" got stuck in my head earlier this week, so you can have that.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank you. It really really made a difference.
of course. You'll be thinking about it later in the
I can't
week.
use that. Yeah, there's a. I'll give you credit if I do use
Okay.
lonely below.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, we when we do those evals at the end of the semester, one of the things that I used to do with this faculty member that's no longer teaching with it, he moved on. It's not like he died or something, but uh,
Ah,
we used to play this game wherein we would give each other a series of words that were extremely far-fetched that we had to work into the eval, like into the crit. So
uh-huh.
like, you have to work in the word or penguin tuxedo shop. So like then it's your job to sit there and talk about someone's work and like be like, well, the contrast is just so abundant in this. It's almost like I'm in a penguin tuxedo shop, and try to make it smooth and like so no.
I was like, do you think that's
Well,
smooth? Because I'm not so
oh, that's
sure.
really bad. But
Okay, as long as you know
yeah,
it.
but it's fun to like have those, and so I feel like what was it, lonely baloney?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my goal is to find some way to work that in throughout the week, to find some situation where I can say lonely baloney to someone else and not get accused of being psycho of some sort. Just
I wish you good luck on that.
get a load of this lonely baloney. Like, there's a man over in aisle 7 who keeps trying to tell people about lonely baloney.
I mean, I feel like that's just generally like I'll go throughout my day and then have some random thing pop in my head. I'm like, there could be a picture book in that maybe, but not yet. So,
Not yet. Somewhere somehow someone's
well,
going to make a book.
one day I'll figure it out.
I I will say that I end up with a lot of those like um uh ideas that are just like a joke or like, oh, this is funny, this is really funny,
Mhm.
and then I try to work it out in some sort of writing and it does not make any sense and it does not fulfill its charge of any sort, and it's stuff like, yeah, it would be not necessarily lonely baloney, but it would be something that would be like a weird phrasing like that, and it's like, this is going to make the
Mhm.
book, and I go start to play with it and it doesn't make any sense. um it was of its moment. um
Yeah,
I'm trying to,
it's just your brain turning around and doing wordplay
yeah,
basically, which I love, but also it's like that doesn't always translate into
no,
a good story.
no, not at
Or
all.
it's something that's like in the dead of night, you're like, this is brilliant, and then you're like, what was I thinking?
It's about a French turtle, and yeah, he talks to my wife, and I,
I mean, there's escargot. That was a French snail, so
I
I
love
feel like French turtle is the thing.
escargot
Yeah,
and um, all the books related to. I mean, that's a book where you can't read it without doing a French accent,
of
and it's
course, yeah.
like,
You'd be reading it poorly
and
or incorrectly.
it's one that I read to my students in class, in my picture book class, just so I can talk about like getting into character and how you can amp up the experience for the kids by
Hmm.
by playing that part. Let's see, I made a mistake on a cut there. There we go. Fix that. Um. Anyways, all right. I don't want to keep you because I know you said that you gotta roll
Yeah,
on.
I probably should bounce for the night, but thank you so much for having me. This has
Yeah.
been so much fun.
This was wonderful. I had a wonderful time, and if you ever learn which side of the street to drive on, and you want to meet up in Boston, it's
I'll become a real boy that day.
yeah, just like, oh, Meg's in town, and you see her going around corners.
Just
Um,
careening.
yeah,
It's like how when I used to play Grand Theft Auto, just kind of go the middle of the road. It'll be fine.
that's I think the new when our power goes out in the middle of winter, I'm just gonna say Meg drove through town, implying that you
Yeah.
went to a power pole, and that'll be the new joke in our household.
I don't
Um,
know. I'd prefer to have control of the weather, but if that's what you're gonna go with, sure.
so it's that you
Just
careened off the
data
road.
driving.
That's what you did. I'm sorry. Them's the
All right.
brakes. No pun intended. All right. You have a
All right.
lovely
You have
evening.
a great night.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I'm waiting until the screen switches on my end. I don't have much time left, and I've only done really one of these, and it's not anything. It's just a bear so far. I really like the idea of, I like this one, but I like the duck better, so I may try to finish the duck instead. Even though I like this one's fun, but I like the idea of the duck as the go-to. So I may try to do that, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit so people can see a little better. So I might finish this one at some point, but maybe not tonight. Let me zoom in a little bit. So if folks have questions, drop them in the chat for me, and I will be happy to answer. I got hiccups all of a sudden. Here's what I'm gonna make a little beak lines here. Let's see. That's him right there. Let's see. Let's get some eyes in here. This will be, so I'm just trying to figure out where I'm gonna put eyes on my weird duck character, and then come in and do a little nostril right there on his beak. This is the beak open. This is a shadow inside the beak, which makes total sense. It would be this dark, right? No. And this one's gonna have a little pop of shadow. Squawk. Okay, now that's Mr. Tough Guy on this side. Mr. Duck is gonna have on a tough guy shirt that's gonna say like something's Jim. And it's a question of what should it say on these corporate headshots for Tough Guys Inc. Yeah, I thought about that, like bodyguards, and then like you put something up here. It's like someone so and so CEO of or something. But okay, so what should I give this guy on his why can't I think of the term? On his sweatshirt. Why is that so hard for me to get to? And then I'm going to give him some feathery. These may be hard to see, but they're there. They'll show up more when I scan. It's just a really punchy orange color, but this is Big Bird's brother. Bigger bird. But I want him to have some veins in his neck. He's muscly. Okay, so the question becomes Fluffy's gem. I'm trying to think if there's some like silly gold. What is it? It's normally Gold's gem. Is there a better word than gem? Maybe not. Let's see. Maybe I'll just do Gold's gem on it, or not Gold's gem, but yeah, Fluffy's gem, Drake's gem. But Drake will people think that's the singer Drake or a reference to that? Is Drake actually a bird? Has that been there the whole time? Is Drake actually the singer a duck in a human costume? My mind has been opened. I didn't even see it. And now I do. Uh, ooh, Goose's Goose Goose Gym. Goose's Gym. Geese's Gym. Geese Gym. Goose Goose Goose's. Like people tuning in just have me going goose gooses. Gander's Gym. Gander's good one. I like Gander's Gym. I'm doing Gander's Gym. Okay, so I need to like map this out just a little tiny bit for myself, just so it has the right arc there. Okay. Gander's and then Gander's Gym, and then what we'll do is we'll put a barbell here. Gander's Gym. Put some lines on this. We'll give them a collar here. And then yeah, Lauren, you win. You can rub in everybody's faces. See, people, if I didn't do that, she'd probably like put her cold feet on me in the middle of the night and teach me a lesson, as she's prone to do. These are the seams here. And this, and then maybe what I'll do is I'll give the shirt the seam across the bottom. Like that. And then that's not what I use for that, so let's not use that. Let's try this one. I'll mix up some of these. Get some of these feathers in here. Anybody got any questions for me? If you don't, then I just have to say stuff, which no one wants. Then I'll say dumb stuff. What do I want here? Let's see. Do I have the color that I want? What inspired this piece today? Well, that's a good question. Give me 1 second and I will answer. I'm trying to add a little bit of shadow there. There isn't really a big old inspiration. I knew that I wanted to do something that was kind of silly, and I've been doing lots of like, see, how do I put this? I really love doing portraiture of things like this, like weird. I don't quite understand what they mean. Um, like figures like this, where it's sort of torso and head. And so, in an instance like this, why did I do this? There's not really like a great answer in the sense of like, oh well, this is, I'm trying to convey how the, you know, whatever. It's more just like I wanted to play with these sort of like portrait-esque things, and then starting to play with colors and shapes. Started to get these shapes, whatever these are. I wish I could say there was like some cool idea, but it wasn't really anything special like that. It was just me playing. But I did want to play with like shapes of heads, so like the shape of the duck's head here is fun. Okay, Teacher Marin asks, oh, these are good question. Okay, Teacher Marin asks, how many pages is a typical board book? Typical board books, it really depends on publisher, but they can be anywhere from like, depending on like age range, it could be 6 spreads, you know, like short, up to like 12 spreads generally. I mean, I guess you could have something that's like those like plush books where it's like there's, you know, 3 or 4 spreads. But it's I would, in my experience in looking at them and whatnot, they tend to be about half to 3/4 of what a picture book is. And it also depends on like the stock or like what it's doing. So like if it's a novelty book that has some sort of function, sometimes they can't do as much because it would bulk up. So if it has to have things like pull tabs and stuff like that, they have to hide it in between the pages. And so automatically your page thickness is going to go up. And so you don't want to end up with a book that's like insanely thick in the end. But it is less work than a picture book a lot of times, in the sense of, and not to say that it's less work or less challenging, but it is less spread. So potentially it's a shorter time frame in which you have to work on it. And so turn around, and then also they do function differently depending. I've heard from folks in the past who have worked in that industry that sometimes it's flat fees. Sometimes it is, you know, it doesn't have the royalty that goes with it unless it's some big hit thing. But that can be, you know, I would say at best sort of finicky, because it just depends on what the project is. What makes a piece look more finished from Mild Doodles? I don't think there's an answer to that. I understand that that's a it's a good question. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know as I can pinpoint that there's something that's specific that makes something look finished. I can say that, and this is probably like a non-answer, but a finished piece is probably, I'm trying to think of how to describe this, is something that shows, how do I put this? That the message is not, is the message is clear. I guess, okay, so let me back this up. What makes a piece look more finished? I'm under the assumption we're talking in illustration. And in that instance, when the message is clear and not encumbered by the process. And so like, if you have a piece that has some really cool idea, but the idea is not clear, or it is hindered by, it still looks like the idea is in process, not necessarily the materials. I think that's a different sort of argument to be made, but the idea itself is still being sort of figured out. That's what I would consider something that isn't finished. And so I don't think there's like an aesthetic that I can look at and go like, well, that's done and this one isn't. I think it's more of a, is the idea clear and focused, and are the application of material benefiting or somehow enhancing that idea. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that would be sort of like, that's the best way I can sort of describe it. I don't know as I can pinpoint like though that like, well, hey, you need to have this level of value in your piece or anything of that sort. I think it's looser than that, or the interpretation should be looser than that, where this thing's going to run out. So I'm gonna punch a couple of colors in here in interesting ways. I do not like those veiny necks as pronounced as they are with that color. So I don't mind the idea of like little hints of that there, but I might tone that down. And then I'm going to give this guy an eyebrow because I think it's funny. And let's see, I might actually see if I can get in there and tint that just a bit. There we go. Okay, and then shadow underneath this guy where I can, which I need my brown pencil. There it is. That needs to get in there. So it looks like that's out front just a touch. Okay. Actually, you know what I might do? I might actually put a little thing above or like next to it that says like Barry and Gary. Or Gary and Barry. Larry and Harry. Doug. Is there a name that rhymes? Is there a name that rhymes with Doug? I don't know if there is. Tough. Maybe it says tough and tougher. Or I'm trying to think of it. Lucky and Bucky. Oh, that's good. I like that. I'll do that one. Lucky and Bucky. Who is joining the Game and Doodle? Oh, regular time. Yes, that is Game and Doodle is Thursday night. It is Nina Mata, N-I-N-A. N has the, or it's Enye. Not Enye. I think, wait, what is it? How you pronounce that one? That's the N with the woo squiggle over it. I can't think back to my Spanish class to be able to tell you. And then M-A-T-A. Jared Chapman, Jaredchapman, and Kim Smith. So we'll put Lucky and Ducky in these. We'll do a little, where's that black pencil? We'll do that again. That's the easy go-to. This is Bucky over here, so we'll do a Bucky, and this one will say Lucky and Bucky. We'll put some little lines underneath. I'm not happy with that line. Let's see if I can pull this up a little better there. There we go. And then, where my time was? Ooh, I got about 3 minutes. What I'm going to fill in these words. enters. Enye. Enye. It's, yeah. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I'm horrible with languages, so bear with me. I just know it is. It's got a little squiggle. It's probably got a term too. It's not just called a squiggle. It's probably got some like special term, and I'm diminishing its power. I'll touch right there. Okay. It's going to cut off in just like a second. So let me see if I can get a couple last little. Where's that color? A couple of sprigs of feathers there. So we'll end on that for the night. Lucky and Bucky. Bucky and Lucky. I'm not sure what it means. I don't know who they are. They're tough guys, though. All right. I will see everybody next week. No, on Thursday. Bye, everybody.